Chapter 71. You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Once Tang Yamo entered the instance and knew he and Fu Wen duo would have to face 21 players, he started to think about whether he could cooperate with other players or not. It was impossible to hide their identities for a false cooperation. There were large letters above Tang Yamo and Fu Wen's head, making it difficult to ignore them. Any player who saw the letters above their heads would know that they were Mr. A and Mr. B. Their identities couldn't be hidden. Originally, Tang Yamo and Fu Wen duo agreed to take care of the players in batches in 7 days. Just like when they caught Wang Yingui and Old Niao, locking them into cages was tantamount to reducing combat effectiveness and the number of opponents. After 7 days, they might face fewer than 10 enemies. Then they would use the characteristic of the earthworm to drill a hole and dig a road to the circus. But the Black Tower hit them with a surprise. After sending Lin Yi back, Tang Yamo returned to the store. When he brought Lin Yi back, he knocked her out and prevented her from seeing their current base. But before sending Lin Yi away, Fu Wen duo said, "Change locations." "Okay." Tang Yamo nodded and left the tailor's store with Fu Wen duo. They changed locations just in case Lin Yi guessed the position of the store. Sure enough, 5 players rushed into the store 3 hours later. Tang Yamo and Fu Wen duo watched from a stone wall in the distance as the 5 people walked into the store. They came out after a long time, holding an empty sack in their hands. A low male voice was heard, "Sure enough." Tang Yamo nodded. The female player seems to have an investigative ability. She is sensitive to the surrounding environment and really could guess the location. The original reason why I could catch her was because her ability isn't offensive. It is likely that she was sent to track the other times. Tang Yamo and Fu Wen duo left once they saw Lin Yi's group of 5 leave the store. Fu Wen duo said, "It seems that they will cooperate." There was no arrangement for people to hide and the 5 of them directly entered. This was to negotiate, not to ambush. Tang Yamo agreed. After seeing the 3 players' miserable death, they should understand that the ones in this game to kill them are more likely to be the stowaways than Mr. A and Mr. B. Tang Yamo continued, "It is a pity. I hadn't expected the 4 stowaways to be so strong that I almost couldn't escape death at their hands." The 2 people took a lap around the capital and appeared on the other end of the city. It was a long neglected dilapidated house that looked like it was in the slums. Every room was shabby and there was a big hole in the roof. The sunlight leaked through the hole onto the ground, illuminating a large cage in the middle of the room. A black cage covered the cage, hiding the big earthworm inside. The sound of banging against the cave and cries never ended. Tang Yamo didn't have to open the black cloth to know that this earthworm was stupidly crashing against the cage again and that it would be crying fake tears. He ignored it. Once he entered this broken house, Tang Yamo finally relaxed. Today was a smooth ride. There were no serious injuries and the earthworm wasn't stolen by them. The previous exchange of information with Fu Wen duo was too hasty. Both of them couldn't speak clear details. Tang Yamo carefully asked, "What are the abilities of the players you met?" Fu Wen duo explained first. "They are a 5-people squad. Apart from the female player you followed, there are 4 male players. The leader is a man wearing glasses. He should be the captain that the woman spoke about. His ability is related to the playing cards. However, I didn't see their role as the time we fought against each other was too short. They had 4 people and I was alone. It would be very difficult to overcome them. Both sides have a 50% chance of winning and dragging it out too long wasn't good for me. In the end, we only fought for 4 minutes before I escaped, while they saved the 2 players." Tang Yamo had long known that Wang Yingui and Old Niao was rescued. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately said that he and Fu Wen duo ate 2 players a few days ago. It was in order to make up for the difference in numbers and hide the fact that they were players as well. Fu Wen duo continued, "Of those 4 men, putting aside the one in glasses, there is one with an ability related to shoot 4 rockets at a time. Each one is extremely fast, close to the speed of a bullet, and has high lethality. There is also a person with a medical ability. Tang Mo's eyes brightened. A medical ability. Tang Mo currently had over 10 abilities, none of which were related to healing. He only had the earthworm's tear prop to heal any wounds. If he was seriously injured and dying, he would be in a crisis if the tear ran out of uses. However, Fu Wenduo's next words quickly broke Tang Mo's hope. It is a very strange medical ability. The player himself is very powerful and fast, but he didn't use the ability. I looked back while I was running away and saw him putting his hands on the 2 players we had captured. The 2 players soon fell asleep, their expression serene and their breathing calmed down. Fu Wenduo added, as you know, the 2 players didn't have good spirits due to being kicked around by that monster. Tang Mo knew, but he was more concerned about something else. Were their wounds healed? The 2 players weren't badly hurt, but they had many bruises. Fu Wenduo replied, no. Tang Mo licked his lips. The small wounds on the body weren't healed. Then this player's medical ability was likely to be related to mental treatment. This wasn't an ability that Tang Mo wanted. Once clarifying the abilities of the 5-player squad, Tang Mo started to explain what he encountered with the 4 stowaways. He described the bald man who could turn into a brown bear, the beautiful youth who controlled insects and the middle-aged man who threw countless knives. Finally, he paused and calmly looked at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo, I met an acquaintance. He said Fu Wenduo instead of Tang Ji. Tang Mo was very serious this time. Inside the helmet, Fu Wenduo's eyes narrowed as he realized that Tang Mo's next words were very important. Tang Mo spoke in a calm tone. You also know them. In Pinocchio's honest card game, there was a female player on your team. After we decided to cooperate, she represented the knight card and I represented the queen card. I eliminated her and pushed her into the tower attack game. She is now in the stowaways group. The image of a short-haired woman immediately emerged in Fu Wenduo's mind. He had a good memory. Before the Earth went online, he could remember the appearance of all the drug dealers on the border and even their family members. He quickly remembered the woman and asked, are you sure it is her? Tang Mo said, checkmate. Her ability is to control the trajectory of bullets. Tang Mo pulled out the big match and revealed the silver bullet that was embedded in the match head. Fu Wenduo looked at the bullet and said, she is a stowaway. This was a sentence filled with certainty. In Pinocchio's game, Pinocchio said there were 2 stowaways. It should be me and her. The 2 people didn't dwell further on this. Fu Wenduo directly asked, did she recognize you? Tang Mo hesitated. I was wearing a mask and she showed up late. She didn't seem to be there when I started the battle with her 3 teammates and I ran away as soon as she got there. I just don't know when she came and if she saw my small parasol or not. I gave the parasol to another person but she arrived soon afterwards. Maybe she saw it or maybe she didn't see it. Fu Wenduo thought about the worst-case scenario. If she saw it, she would have guessed that you are a player. They have logic so they will also guess that I am a player. This was the worst-case scenario. Fu Wenduo looked at the unhappy Tang Mo. Being recognized by players wasn't part of their plan. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo intended to not reveal their player status from beginning to end. But who would have thought that there would be an old acquaintance in the 23 people instance? Tang Mo's plan was likely to be completely disturbed because of this woman, making him unhappy. Tang Mo's brow was wrinkled under the mask and his eyes were annoyed, he was regretting that he didn't think about everything. It was a very unhappy atmosphere. Fu Wenduo had seldom seen this type of Tang Mo and looked with interest. Do you want to wear my mask? Tang Mo was surprised. Wear your mask. Fu Wenduo thought for a moment. In the first store we changed in, there were 2 masks. One was this one and the other was a big small. Your head isn't big and you should be able to wear it. However, there are some patterns on it that indicates it is for a woman. Tang Mo. He really felt regret that he didn't act like Fu Wenduo and cover his whole face. But once he thought about it, he didn't want to be a strange armored person. Tang Mo completely couldn't understand Fu Wenduo's aesthetics and he didn't want to understand it. After all, when Lin Yi was here, the look in her eyes told Tang Mo that his sense of aesthetics wasn't flawed and it was Fu Wenduo's problem. In fact, Lin Yi saw Tang Mo as having a snake essence disease. Things have come to this and ridiculing Fu Wenduo calmed Tang Mo down. It is no use even if the 4 stowaways know that we are players. The 4 of them are strong. I can fight against 1 but it will be difficult to win against 2. If there are 3 people, I can only find the opportunity to act. If there are 4 of them, I can only quickly run away. In the surprise attack before, they were arrogant. Even if I am Mr. B, they didn't put me in their eyes and didn't exert their full strength. Obviously, they have killed a similar game boss before. However, they won't be so careless next time. Fu Wenduo asked, who is the strongest? Tang Mo didn't hesitate. The bald man who can become a brown bear. His physical strength is higher than yours. Fu Wenduo stated, the brown bear is one of the most powerful animals on land. There was no skill more powerful than absolute strength. If his physical strength wasn't high enough, Tang Mo could hit the bald man with a punch and he wouldn't react. For example, Tang Mo hit the bald man's neck with the big match yet he actually didn't die. But one punch from the bald man would cause a hole in the body. Tang Mo thought for a while before his lips slowly curved. If they guess my identity, they won't necessarily tell other players about it. This is very important information. The stowaway have already killed 6 people, they won't easily tell important information to others. They are more likely to relax their vigilance because I am a player. Like the glasses man said, how could a player be so strong? They had only cleared the Black Tower's 2nd floor. Mr. B being a player was much better than Mr. B being a Black Tower monster. At least he wouldn't have the strength of Grandmother Wolf or Santa Claus. Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo's calm smile and said, even if they feel that the situation is serious, it will be hard for them to find someone to cooperate with. Among the 21 players, the 4 stowaways and the 5-people squad are the strongest. If the 4 stowaways didn't mind cooperating with the 5-people squad, it is quite possible for them to steal the monster from our hands. They can't cooperate. Tang Mo was certain. Fu Wenduo laughed. They won't be able to cooperate after you hung the 3 bodies on the wall. Tang Mo corrected him. Tang Ji, you were the one who hung them up. I just watched from the side. The 2 people looked at each other. Tang Mo couldn't see Fu Wenduo through the helmet but he couldn't help laughing. Yes. Tang Mo had found 3 bodies in the beginning. Unlike other players, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were obviously at a disadvantage in the game and didn't waste a minute. As soon as the Black Tower spoke about the detective's contempt, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo searched day and night for traces of players in the underground city. They didn't find any players but they found the corpses of 3 players. The 3 players had fallen in a dark alley, blood splashing the walls. The whole alley was full of blood, making it look like the scene of a massacre. In fact, the 3 players died very badly. They were alive when their bellies were cut open. Then their internal organs seemed to be bitten by insects as food. They must have been killed by players. If the underground people had killed them, their bodies wouldn't have been left behind and they would have been eaten by the underground people. After finding the 3 bodies, Tang Mo had an idea. He took the 3 bodies with Fu Wenduo and hung them on the busiest stone street in the underground kingdom. Then they waited to see if they could find any players. Sure enough, they found the 5-people squad. Only a smart team would think about going down every stone road to find my trail. Such a team is worthy of cooperating with. They will be smart and cautious after finding the 3 bodies and won't be able to work with the stowaways. If the 5 players hadn't seen the 3 bodies, Tang Mo believed they would hear about it and know that the 3 players had been killed by stowaways. Tang Mo said, they won't be able to cooperate with other teams. Now as long as the 2 most powerful teams don't cooperate, we have a 60% chance of winning. Fu Wen Duo replied, 70%. Tang Mo looked at him strangely. The strange knight leaned against the wall, his head slightly bowed down. It was unknown if he was looking at Tang Mo or the ground. The 2. He thought for a moment before continuing, the 2 very naive players were rescued by them. Wang Yingui and Old Niao were rescued by the 5-member team. Tang Mo was stunned before smiling. Yes, it is 70%. Time passed and the underground kingdom was quiet. The strange circus surprise night was approaching and more underground people came from different places towards the capital. Powerful monsters also came by boat from the monster world. On the day of the surprise night, a tattered wooden boat came from the monster world. The boat docked and a lady wearing a hat and pink dress descended from the boat. She opened her pink lace umbrella and raised it slightly, revealing green eyes and the pointed mouth of Grandmother Wolf. Grandmother Wolf licked her mouth and smiled before leaving the dock. The monsters who dared enter the underground kingdom so casually were all powerful. Grandmother Wolf walked down the road and the ordinary underground people didn't dare approach her. She passed by a shoe shop where the iron shoemaker was working hard to repair shoes. He poured black shoe polish on a stinky shoe and smashed the shoe with his nail, not giving her a single glance. She passed by a candy house. This candy house was made of sweet lollipops. Countless lollipops formed the words, "Merry Christmas" on the door. At noon, 15 green lights suddenly appeared in the middle of the sun. Grandmother Wolf continued to walk forward. When the 15 green lights shot towards 3 different corners of the capital, Grandmother Wolf paused. However, she ignored it and quickly moved forward with her small parasol. The author has something to say. Old Fu. Isn't my aesthetic wonderful? Asking while wearing a helmet, Tang Tang. If you don't believe me, ask the viewers. The helmet you are wearing doesn't come from the same set of armor. Just ask the wonderful readers. Chapter 72. You are listening at novelfull.audio. In a room at the banana pub, the bald man reached out and grabbed the green light that flew towards him. He turned on the green light and saw the mark on the map. Once he saw the position of the monster, the bald man was slightly surprising before opening his mouth to reveal a vicious and cruel smile. Not far away. The pretty teenager looked at the mark on the map and crushed the green light map to pieces. I'm going to kill Mr. B today. The 4 people quickly rushed out of the banana pub towards the poor residential area not far away. The Black Tower deliberately chose to launch the detective's contempt at noon for a reason. At this time, the lazy underground people were lying in bed. No matter what these people did on the streets, it wouldn't attract any attention from the underground people. This was a game only for players. As long as they didn't die, the underground people wouldn't take the initiative to eat them. The bald man didn't change into a brown bear and his speed was the fastest among the 4 stowaways. A minute later, he reached the slums area. There was a light in his eyes as he stared at the dozens of dilapidated houses in front of him. Suddenly, his eyes focused on a broken house in the innermost part of the slums. Over there. The 4 stowaways rushed to the house. They were just running into the slums when the short haired woman's heart tightened and she had a bad feeling. At the same time, she avoided the triangular boomerang that flew from behind her. The black boomerang turned in the air and returned to the hands of a long-haired woman. The 4 stowaways stopped moving and stared at the person. They saw that from the other road, 4 people in black was running at a very fast speed. They were fast but were still outside the slums. The long-haired woman threw the boomerang in order to stop the 4 stowaways from advancing. Once the four-member squad came near, a sunny-looking young man said with a smile, "Today is the last day. The monster can be stolen together, so it isn't a big deal. However, there are only 2 king's gold coins. Whoever is faster will obtain it." The young man continued to run forward and would soon surpass the 4 stowaways. The bald man listened to the words and didn't respond. When the young man ran to his side, he smiled coldly and threw a punch at the youth. The smiling young man suddenly smirked and took 3 steps backwards, avoiding the blow. His smile wasn't as mocking as by Royale, but at this moment, he was no longer smiling. He stared coldly at the 4 stowaways. The long-haired woman who threw the boomerang also stopped. The 4-member squad stood outside the slums and confronted the bald man's team of 4. The youth asked without hesitation, "The 4 of you are stowaways?" The bald man laughed. "So what if we are?" The bald man roared, his hands falling to the ground as brown fur grew on his face. The girl who threw the boomerang saw it and turned to the youth. She said, "I told you that the game wouldn't end peacefully if there are still stowaways. You were just wandering around, saying that you would take this time to learn more about the underground kingdom to help in future games. Now you have dug yourself a hole. Surname Lu, you and I are the only ones who can fight in our team. If I die here, I will haunt you in the underworld." The youth surnamed Lu avoided the bald man's attack by moving sideways. He constantly avoided the opponent's offensive. During this time, he thought he could fight back once or twice, but his knife couldn't damage the bald man's body. His knife actually curled up from the force. The youth hurriedly said, "Chu, come over and help." The boomerang woman scoffed again. But while her mouth was scolding him, her body was honestly throwing the boomerang to help the youth block the bald man's attack. Soon, the 2 teams of 4 were fighting. Originally, the youth surnamed Lu was thinking about a fair game. The surviving players might not work together, but in the end, they could steal the big monster together. The mission that the Black Tower gave to the players was to steal the monster from Mr. A and Mr. B. It didn't say that every person had to steal the monster. The only cause of conflict between players was the king's gold coin. There were only 2 king's gold coins and 23 players. However, the coins were just an extra bonus. While resisting the bald man and beautiful boy's attacks, the young man said, "Wait, just wait. Our team isn't good at fighting and our strength is weak. We just want to win this game and we don't want the king's gold coins. Can't you let us go?" This was the best choice. The youth surnamed Lu knew the weakness of his team. Strictly speaking, this team only consisted of him and Chu, who he grew up with. The other 2 teammates were just temporary. If conditions permitted it, they would try to grab the king's gold coins. If it wasn't possible, they would forget about it and worry about the most important thing. The bald man heard these words and grinned, revealing sharp teeth. Once transformed into a brown bear, this teeth was as sharp as a beast. He punched a huge stone behind the young man and said, "I can kill you and then get the king's gold coins. Is there a problem?" "There is no problem." "Damn." After the Earth went online, the youth called Lu participated in a lot of Black Tower games and inevitably encountered stowaways. But the bald man was a minority among stowaways. Most stowaways hide their identities in order not to be excluded by their teammates. There were only a few stowaways like the bald man who had a strong power and wanted to kill. In the 4-member stowaways squad, the bald man and beautiful teenager were excitedly attacking Lu's team. The middle-aged man assisted with his flying knives. Only the short-haired female who used checkmate was unhappy. She wasn't crazy about killing people, but she wouldn't oppose her teammates. Therefore, she also assisted. The 8 players caused a big fight in the slums. The underground people who lived in the slums were the lower class and their strength was extremely weak. Once they heard the sounds outside, they pulled down the doors and windows and ignored them. The bald man punched a wooden hut while his thick thighs swept towards Lu. The latter couldn't avoid it, causing Chu to wave her boomerang and forcibly smash the bald man's leg. The bald man fell back and Chu ran away with the youth. Chase after them. The 4 stowaways chased the 4 players. The 8 people ran towards the broken house where the big monster was located. The youth called Lu thought quickly, if there are another 7 players still alive, they should be nearby. They shouldn't all be stowaways. Even if they are stowaways, they will see this situation and join hands with us to first get rid of these 4 people. Go to that room. As long as we can buy time, someone will come. Cough. What are you doing, Chu? The boomerang woman's first hit Lu's head. When passing a tree, she also released the branches so they would hit him. Chu cried out angrily, you shouldn't take the intellectual path. What is with your plan? The most important thing right now is to escape. To escape, do you understand? Tell me if your plans have ever been successful. The young man couldn't say anything because the boomerang woman's words were all true. He always wanted to take the road of attacking the tower with his IQ, but he never succeeded once. He didn't know what happened, but every time, his plan always failed and then he would win the game in a strange manner. There were many reasons why he won the games, but none of them were related to his plans. The 4 players didn't dare think about stealing the monster. They had to live first before they could consider winning the game. After the bald man transformed into a brown bear, his speed was greatly reduced. However, the short-haired woman's speed was very fast, faster than Chu. Once Chu's group reached her range, the short-haired woman raised her silver pistol and said coldly, checkmate. Bang! A silver bullet emerged from the muzzle and aimed directly to the back of Lu's head. The bullet seemed to have eyes. No matter how much Lu avoided it, the bullet always followed him. Lu's eyes were cold. He threw off the boomerang woman's hand and turned to face the silver bullet. He waved his right hand and a singular silver pointer appeared in it. He said loudly, 3 plus 4 is equal to 5, this is the bishop's theorem. His action of turning to meet the enemy was too quick and the short-haired woman couldn't react. Once this sentence was completed, a dazzling white light emerged from the pointer in his hand and aimed straight between the short-haired woman's eyebrows. The short-haired woman's eyes narrowed and her brain became dizzy. She fainted and fell backwards. The bald man ran over and caught her unconscious body. He shook it twice and the short-haired woman woke up. The bald man asked, what happened? The short-haired woman slowly recovered and gritted her teeth. I suddenly felt very sleepy. Be careful of that man. He has a hypnotic ability. The moment that the short-haired woman was speaking, the youth called Lu was frantically fleeing. I can't hypnotize bullets. Chu, save me quickly. Chu was also busy as the beautiful teenager's black insects were constantly attacking her. She could only use the boomerang to hit the insects again and again. The silver bullet followed Lu and seemed like it was about to hit his head. Chu gritted her teeth and slammed her feet. A black boomerang appeared in her hands and she swung it. Her speed wasn't fast enough, but just as the bullet was about to pierce Lu's head, a black playing card shot from the side and firmly fixed the bullet to the ground. The bullet trembled in the soil before gradually stopping. On the other side of the slums, 4 rockets fell from the sky and burned the black swarm besieging Chu. At the same time, a middle-aged man swung a knife at the countless knives flying towards Lu. Lu and Chu had an opportunity to gasp for air. Meanwhile, their 2 temporary teammates were injured and collapsed to the side. The glasses man came out of the house with his 4 teammates. They came out of the house where the monster was. This situation surprised Lu and his eyes were fixed to the man in glasses. Lin Yi said, Captain, these 4 seem to be the last remaining 4 players in the game. The other players should have been killed by the 4 stowaways. Should we now act according to your plan? Old Lee joked, "It isn't Captain's plan. It is Mr. A and Mr. B's plan." The youth called Lou looked at the glasses man's team of 5 with shock. The glasses man calmly looked at Lou, and Chu, and the 4 wary stowaways standing not far away. He said, "If we don't take care of these 4 stowaways, the game can't proceed normally. Thus, we aren't following Mr. B's plan. This is also my plan." The bald man noticed that things weren't good and turned to run. "Go." However, he had just spoken when there was a loud bang from his feet. From the bottom of the man's feet to where the pretty youth was standing further away, something exploded and a pink sky appeared in front of them. Once their spirits recovered, they saw that layers of sticky things were sticking them to the ground, not allowing them to move. The pink thing was like gum. The bald man had 1 foot stuck while the middle-aged man and the checkmate woman also had 1 foot stuck. The beautiful teenager was miserable as both his feet were stuck. They struggled but failed to pull their feet away from the sticky pink gum. A laughing voice was heard in the distance. "Strawberry chewing gum that can't be pulled off, you really shouldn't try to pull it off." The 4 stowaways immediately looked up. Once they saw the minstrel leaning against the wall, the pretty teenager shouted, "I'm going to kill you." Prop. Strawberry gum that can't be removed. Owner. Tang-Yamo, quality. Excellent, level 2, attack. None, function. The gum can't be taken apart and the glued object will be subjected to a force 20 times stronger than their own gravity. Restrictions. Disposable item. It is very, very smelly. Only the user can smell it. Note. When Tang-Yamo used Mario's stinky hat to obtain this gum, he must be wondering if it is Mario's hat that stinks or this smelly gum. Or maybe Tang-Yamo is the smelly one. After all, the smell is similar. Sticking the stowaways with the gum was just a preparatory plan for Tang-Yamo. He couldn't guarantee that he could accurately throw the gum at the 4 people's feet and also cause them to be stuck. Fortunately, he succeeded. However, 3 of the 4 stowaways had long-ranged attacks. The pretty teenager roared angrily and waved his arms, thousands of black insects flying out from his sleeves. The overwhelming swarm of insects attacked Tang-Yamo. The middle-aged man also threw countless small knives while the short-haired woman raised her pistol and fired 3 bullets. Checkmate, checkmate, checkmate. Bang bang bang. The 3 bullets flew towards Tang-Mo's head, causing him to constantly dodge. He looked at the glasses man. The man pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and said, "Kill them first." This was the second goal of the cooperation between Tang-Yamo and the 5-member squad. The most important purpose was to stop this team of 5 from cooperating with the stowaways. Otherwise, the 9 people would be together and Tang-Yamo and Fu Wen duo would find it too hard to win. The second purpose was to unite to take care of the 4 stowaways. The glasses man raised his hand and the black card stuck in the ground returned to his hands. Brother Hao roared and flew towards the bald man who was stuck in place, unable to move. The 2 strong men collided while the rest of the players rushed to take care of the 4 stowaways. Brother Hao's ability wasn't very obvious. His body didn't change and he didn't use any weapons. He seemed to have a strength-enhancing ability. He rushed to wrestle with the bald man. The bald man couldn't move his right foot, so Brother Hao originally had the upper hand. However, Brother Hao soon fell to the ground from a punch, blood spurting from his mouth. The next moment, the bald man roared towards the sky. The brown fur on his body grew denser and spread. Once his whole body was covered, his limbs lowered to the ground and his face slowly changed. The mouth became convex and the facial features crowded together. The youth called Lou called out, "Not good." The players openly avoided him and even the bald man's 3 teammates were horrified. They wanted to run away but their feet were glued to the ground. Soon, the bald man completely transformed into a brown bear. He struck his chest and tried his best to break his right foot away from the force that was 20 times his gravity, eventually pulling his feet from the gum. Once he was free, he looked at Brother Hao lying on the ground and rushed fiercely. Lin Yi moved at the fastest speed to rescue Brother Hao, but his shoulder already had a large piece of flesh removed by the brown bear. The brown bear roared at Tang Mo, who smiled. In order to cope with the short-haired female's 3 bullets and the beautiful teenager's black insects, he had to use some abilities, many of which could only be used once a day. Tang Mo realized that the current bald man was very dangerous. The danger made him acutely aware that he wasn't a match. Tang Mo didn't hesitate to turn and flee. The bald man rushed after him. Lin Yi stepped forward. "Captain, they." The glasses man stopped her and spoke with narrowed eyes, "That is a king's gold coin." Lin Yi no longer spoke. The plan to kill the stowaways didn't stop as the glasses man arranged his teammates to take care of the 3 stowaways stuck to the ground. He just didn't save Mr. B. He wouldn't lose anything if Mr. B died, and he might even be able to snatch the king's gold coin from the bald man. The black insects and silver knives were like heavy rain that bombarded the survivors. The battle here wasn't over when there was a loud bang from the stone house behind the players. The group turned and saw Mr. B running out of the house, the brown bear behind him. When the brown bear flew through the air, a knight wearing strange armor suddenly appeared, blocking the brown bear's paws. Fu Wenduo hadn't expected this brown bear to be so powerful. After he blocked this attack for Tang Mo, he was thrown back and smashed into a huge stone. His body armor was smashed open. Fu Wenduo stood up and looked at Tang Mo not far away. He blamed his teammate for not giving him accurate information. "Victor, you said he was very strong, but you didn't say it was to this extent. This strength was greater than his." Tang Mo was unceasingly chased by the bear only to finally get support from Fu Wenduo. He quickly explained, "The last time I saw him, he didn't completely transform into this." The bald man seemed to have lost his mind after completely turning into a brown bear. His red eyes stared at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. He seemed to think for a bit before rushing to Fu Wenduo, aware that he should be more wary of this person. Fu Wenduo dodged the blow and the brown bear caused a big hole in the ground. The brown bear flew out of the hole and rushed to Fu Wenduo. One person and one bear constantly changed positions, causing large sounds. A terrible claw descended from the top, throwing Fu Wenduo to the ground. Fu Wenduo dexterously rolled when landing, unloading most of the force. However, his armor had a big hole in the middle. Fu Wenduo stood up and looked at the brown bear panting in the distance. This was a terrible opponent. Fu Wenduo had appeared in the Black Tower's broadcast twice, being the first player in China to clear the Black Tower's first and second floors. This meant that his strength was the top in China, but it didn't mean he could easily defeat all players in China. He knew that Tang Mo was mysterious and hiding some things. There was also the leader of the Stowaways organization in Beijing. If the two of them fought, his odds of winning were only 70%. Fu Wenduo looked at the beast and twisted his wrist. Then the silver armor fell from his body. The armor was originally broken into several pieces when fighting the brown bear but hadn't fallen off. Now he easily removed the armor that was in his way and touched the helmet. Fu Wenduo slowly removed the helmet. Tang Mo was startled as he thought Fu Wenduo was revealing his appearance. Who would have expected that once the helmet was taken off, a gray mask similar to Tang Mo's was covering the lower half of Fu Wenduo's face, only revealing his resolute eyes. Fu Wenduo wore a long black coat and looked coldly at the brown bear in front of him. His lips curved as he said, "This is more convenient." As he spoke, he waved his right hand and a dark triangular weapon suddenly appeared in place of his hand. The next moment, Fu Wenduo disappeared and reappeared again next to the brown bear's head. He waved the black weapon and stabbed the brown bear's head. The brown bear fell backwards. When the black weapon stabbed the brown bear's head, metal sparks flew. Traces of red blood rolled down into the brown bear's eyes. The brown bear gave a monstrous roar. Fu Wenduo didn't underestimate the enemy and directly attacked, not giving the brown bear a chance to react. The physically strong man constantly attacked the dumb bear from different angles. The bald man was confused by Fu Wenduo's extremely fast speed. Every time he swung his claws, Fu Wenduo had already disappeared. He uttered an angry roar, but his skin was too hard. Fu Wenduo kept scratching him but didn't really cause any fatal injuries. Once Fu Wenduo appeared, Tang Yamo didn't care about his matters and directly gave the brown bear to him. Tang Yamo believed that Fu Wenduo could certainly cope with the powerful brown bear. He trusted his teammates, turning to attack the pretty teenager who used insects. The pretty teenager's ability was the toughest among the 4 stowaways. He wasn't the strongest, but his insects were pervasive and hard to guard against. Tang Yamo held the big match and waved it in front of him, blocking the insects flying towards him with the big match. He quickly ran to the glasses man. The 2 people looked at each other and nodded. 3 black cards were fired from the hands of the glasses man. The black cards were like lightning, flying through the air and smashing every black insect flying towards Tang Yamo. Tang Yamo rushed to the beautiful teenager. The teenager's face was terrified. He had hid behind his teammates every time he killed and people seldom got close to him. His ability wasn't a melee type. Once Tang Yamo got close, he immediately took countermeasures and wrapped himself in a cocoon of black insects. Tang Yamo was quicker. Before this cocoon completely covered him, he waved his right hand and countless flames burned the black insects. The black insects gathered faster than the speed at which Tang Yamo burned them. However, Tang Mo's timely reaction meant that just before the thick cocoon completely covered the youth, a small crack was exposed. A black playing card flew from behind Tang Yamo, bypassing his shoulder and flying straight through the small hole. The next second, the black insects flying around in the slums suddenly stopped moving. They no longer attacked other players, turning to look at the beautiful teenager in the middle of the black insects. The black insects protecting the youth also stopped, turning their bodies and staring at the master that they were protecting. Then they all rushed forward. From the youth's nose, eyes, ears, mouth. Every hole that they found was used for them to enter the youth's body. In fact, this was already a corpse. The glasses man's black player card cut open the beautiful youth's neck. His eyes were wide and his face full of horror as he fell to the ground. The buzzing of the insects were heard from inside his body. 10 seconds later, Tang Yamo saw something moving in the teenager's stomach. Tang Yamo stepped back as tens of thousands of black insects smashed out of the youth's stomach and escaped his body. Once they left the body, they seemed to become ordinary insects as they flew in different directions. The teenager's body was just an empty shell as his internal organs were eaten clean by the insects. His brain was eaten and his eyes were gone. He looked like every player who had been eaten by the insects as he stared at the sky with missing eyes. At the same time, a black boomerang flew through the air and cut off the head of the middle-aged man. Now the 4 stowaways only had the bald man and short-haired woman left. After seeing that the situation wasn't right, the short-haired woman gritted her teeth, took out a knife and cut off the foot that was stuck to the gum. She lost a foot so her speed had greatly declined. Yet she still desperately ran. A giant match moved through the air, hitting her knees and knocking her to the ground. The short-haired woman turned to see Tang Yamo. Her eyes trembled as she saw the letter B above his head. She suddenly shouted to the glasses man and other players not far away, "He is a black tower monster while I am a player. We are on the same side. You aren't dead and I don't want anything to do with you. The 3 of them wanted to kill you, not me." The glasses man didn't speak. Tang Yamo raised the big match and blocked the bullet about to his head. He smiled and said in a low voice, "Is this your 5th bullet?" Tang Yamo remembered that in the Pinocchio game, this woman's hair turned white after shooting the fifth bullet. Unexpectedly, she could fire 5 bullets with no cost after 2 months. Her ability had obviously improved. The fifth bullet embedded in the match head had been sneakily fired by the short-haired woman while fleeing. On one hand, she spoke in order to see if she could get help from the glasses man. On the other hand, she wanted to delay the time and distract Tang Yamo so she could sneak attack him. Unfortunately, Tang Yamo still found out. Tang Yamo smiled, "Your hair no longer turns white." The short-haired woman was stunned as she seemed to think of something. She looked into Mr. B's familiar eyes and finally understood what she felt when she saw Mr. B on the dock 7 days ago. Her eyes ignited with hatred. She forced her right hand to lift the pistol and aimed at Tang Mo's neck. Check. Snap. Tang Yamo directly broke her neck. On the other side, Fu Wenduo kicked the strong brown bear into the air. The dark 3D pyramid-shaped weapon pierced the heart of the brown bear from bottom to top. Tang Mo's sharp eyes found that this black weapon had a bit of silver and seemed different from before. Boom! The bald man's body fell to the ground. Fu Wenduo shook his right hand and the sharp weapon disappeared, returning to its original appearance. At this point, all 4 stowaways were killed. On the other side, the youth called Lu found his companions. In his 4-person squad, 2 were in generally good shape. One of them had woken up while another had his eyes closed forever. There was a bullet in his chest and he died before he could be saved. The short-haired woman was wrong. She actually killed someone. Before today, she and her teammates killed more people. Tang Yamo walked towards Fu Wenduo after taking care of the 4 stowaways. The players saw that Mr. A had taken off his armor and that he just one-sidedly beat the brown bear. They raised their weapons and stared warily at Fu Wenduo and Tang Yamo. The bald man had thick and tough skin, yet he was killed by Fu Wenduo. If it was them, they definitely couldn't survive Fu Wenduo. The youth called Lu looked at the glasses man. "The 2 kings gold coin, you don't want them." The glasses man gave him a look. "Go." Lu was a bit surprised, but his thoughts were the same as the glasses man. He picked up his other teammate who was still alive and turned to run away with Anshu. The glasses man saw that Tang Yamo had killed the short-haired woman and also turned away. The 7 players fled. They had just worked with Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo to kill the 4 stowaways. Now they ran away without a trace. They weren't companions but were forced to cooperate for the sake of temporary interests. Tang Mo's eyes showed a hint of surprise when he saw that the glasses man didn't hesitate to escape. Then he said, "Not good." Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo reacted at the same time, running into the house. Sure enough, there was nothing in the cage in the middle of the room. The big monster in the cage had been rescued by players while they were killing the 4 stowaways just now. Tang Yamo looked at the empty cage and his expression changed. Finally, he licked his lips, shook his head and looked at Fu Wenduo next to him. He said with a smile, "Major Fu, I thought you only wore a helmet. Who knew there would be a mask inside?" His preparations were too thorough. Fu Wenduo asked, "You aren't smiling?" Tang Yamo was stunned before realizing Fu Wenduo's meaning. "That smile was to hide my identity in front of the players." Fu Wenduo stared at Tang Yamo with a meaningful look before speaking vague words, "Would rather have a normal teammate." The stunned Tang Yamo, Had he become very abnormal in Fu Wenduo's eyes in the last 7 days? Tang Yamo no longer spoke. He picked up the cage without any expression and said coldly, "Major Fu, let's go." Fu Wenduo smiled under the mask and followed. The sewers of the underground kingdom were intricate. They stretched in all directions and were smelly and dirty. 7 players walked through the sewers as quickly as possible. 1 hour later, they successfully left the capital city and entered a deserted cottage in the suburbs. The young man surnamed Lu gasped, I can finally breathe. After half an hour in the sewers, I thought I would die. This. Cough, what are you called? My name is Lu Xing and my friend is In Chu. This is my teammate Andrew, he is a foreigner. Since everyone has cleared the Black Tower's first floor, it seems that you shouldn't be stowaways. You have abilities so. Official players. And Chu glanced at him. Your plans don't succeed and you speak a lot of nonsense. The glasses man sat down and started speaking, Mr. Surname is Luo. These are my teammates, Old Li, Xiao Chen, Xiao Yi and Brother Hao. We are all official players. He concealed information about his team but Lu didn't seem to care. Once they knew each other, they started relaxing. An assembly instance wasn't the same as other instances. Most of them participated in the Banana Pub instance last month, where players from the same camp would basically choose to cooperate. It was because cooperation gave them more chances of winning. They wouldn't die if they lost the assembly instance but there would be some punishment. They hadn't seen the other team so it was clear they were in different camps during the Banana Pub instance. After a break, Lu Xing asked, did you not take the king's gold coins because Mr. A and Mr. B are too strong? The glasses man smiled slightly. This was the first time in 7 days that he smiled so confidently. It is one reason. You saw Mr. A's strength and Mr. B is also very strong. We fought with them the other day so we are well aware of it. But the most important reason that we ran away without gaining the extra prize of the king's gold coin is to avoid letting Mr. A and Mr. B find out. The monster had been stolen. Lu Xing cried out with surprise, stolen. Xiao Chen said with a smile, our captain had long arranged a plan for us to steal the big monster. Everyone had rested so the glasses man came to the fireplace in front of the cottage with Lu Xing and In Chu. He leaned over and pulled a plank off the ground, revealing a dark hole. The king's gold coins are important but I prefer a conservative plan. Not counting your injured teammate, we have 7 people. The probability of us killing Mr. A and Mr. B is less than 20%. If the 4 stowaways hadn't dead, we would have 11 people and the probability is 70%. And Chu asked with a strange expression, if this is the case, why didn't you say anything earlier? We could join hands with the 4 stowaways to kill Mr. A and Mr. B, gaining the king's gold coins. It would also be easy to steal the monster. The man in the glasses shook his head. No. The possibility of us killing Mr. A and Mr. B is 70% but all 7 of us will die afterwards. Mr. Lu, Miss N, the 7 of us are definitely not a match for the 4 stowaways. If the options are to get a king's gold coin and die or not get a gold coin and survive, I choose the latter. That's why I chose to cooperate with Mr. B. Lu Xing asked, you were working with Mr. B. And Chu said, this is the intellectual path. They walked to the end of the hole and saw 2 middle-aged men. Wang Yingui and Old Niao quickly ran over when they saw the glasses man, excitedly saying, we stole it. As you said, Mr. A and Mr. B didn't notice us during the melee. Old Niao and I managed to steal the monster. The glasses man said, it was hard on you. He stepped forward and tried to pull off the black cloth covering the cage. Wang Yingui shrank back. Old Niao and I were tossed by this monster for 3 days and 3 nights. We don't want to see it again. Lu Xing asked curiously, you are also players. How did you get tossed by this monster for 3 days and 3 nights? Wang Yingui gulped. He simply said that him and his teammate were caught by Mr. A on the first day and thrown into the cage by Mr. B. Then they were kicked around by the monster for 3 days and 3 nights. He still felt fear when he thought about it. Fortunately, these people saved us or Old Niao and I would really be tortured to death. The black cloth was lifted and everyone looked at this huge monster. Wang Yingui felt depressed. You disgusting monster. He kicked the cage fiercely, causing the monster to open its eyes and scream. After waiting a long time, there were no movements. The glasses man thought, now isn't the strange circus surprise night. The surprise night event starts at 6 p.m. so maybe we have to wait until then before we are judged as successfully stealing the monster. The group nodded. Time passed and at 6 in the evening, a clear child's voice was heard in everyone's ears. They all felt relieved only to hear, ding dong. Players Lu Xing, and Chu, Lin Yi, Luo Zhe, Wang Yingui have failed the instance. They didn't steal the poor monster and the poor monster is about to be dissected. The assembly instance Strange Circus Surprise Night is crossed out and Spooky Circus Thriller Night has officially opened. The instance failure penalty. Before 7 p.m., the 10 players must sneak into the strange circus and destroy the surprise night. Ding dong. Players Lu Xing, and Chu, Lin Yi. There was a trace of gloating in the Black Tower's voice as it broadcasted it 3 times. Luo Zhe's eyes widened with shock. He had no time to care about the name of him and his teammates being directly reported by the Black Tower, meaning his hiding had no effect. His lips parted and he seemed to want to say something when the voice was heard again. Ding dong. Players Fu Wen Duo and Tang Yamo have successfully cleared the Strange Circus Surprise Night and have received the free customized prop upgrade package as a reward. The author has something to say. And Chu. This is the special intelligence path. You don't understand, you don't understand. Lu Xing while crying out loud. JPG. Why is the gap between people so big? QAQ. Tang Tang and Old Fu. EXM. I thought this was our little theater. Chapter 73. You are listening at novelfull.audio. There was dead silence in the narrow, dark hole. The Black Tower's malicious voice broadcasted 3 times in the ears of the 10 players, as if mocking their foolish and smug appearance. In the Glasses Man's team, his 4 teammates were completely stunned. Even the Glasses Man couldn't believe it. His mouth dropped open, his expression a bit funny. This was the first time he showed such a face in all the games he had been involved in after the Earth went online. Lin Yi saw her captain showing such an expression and felt unwillingness and anger fill her heart. Lin Yi cried out, "How is that possible? The monster is here and we successfully stole it. Where did the 2 new players come from and when did they steal the monster? Isn't the monster right under our noses? It wasn't just her." Several other players said, "What the hell is this? We successfully stole the monster, it is here. Isn't that the monster? The 2 of you were tortured by this monster for 3 days and 3 nights until your spirits almost collapsed." Wang Yingui was completely puzzled and couldn't think of anything. This is it. He pulled his teammate and the 2 of them walked to the huge cage. Wang Yingui pointed to the giant black mouse with a long tail in the cage. The mouse was tall and looked very strange. At this moment it was blinking as it stared at Wang Yingui. "Old Niao, isn't this it? It kept using our cages as a ball. I can never forget it in my life. Is this it or not?" Old Niao also said, "Yes, this is the monster." They tried to explain it to the other 8 players. In the cage, the black mouse cocked its head and made a confused sound. The noisy tunnel gradually calmed down. Even if they refused to admit it, the game was now a failure. This mouse wasn't the monster and they had stolen the wrong target. Lu Xing's fingers tightened as he tried to calm down and analyze the current situation. Now there are 2 possibilities. First, the monster was switched halfway and you stole a mouse that resembles the monster. As you said before, the monster is afraid of light and Mr. A and Mr. B always covered it with a black cloth during the day. Perhaps you didn't see the appearance clearly and made a mistake. Wang Yingui shouted, "That is impossible. I can't forget its appearance in 100 years. Even the scream is the same." The mouse screamed again. Lu Xing sighed and didn't speak. By his side, the Glasses Man said coldly, there is a second possibility. From beginning to end, this mouse isn't the monster that the strange circus is showing tonight. The confused Wang Yingui and old Miao looked at the glasses man. The glasses man had recovered his calm, but his expression wasn't very good. The game had failed, so he could only force himself to think calmly about the reason why. Mr. A and Mr. must know what the circus monster is. We only saw the monster at the dock and the cage was covered with a black cloth. Lin Yi suddenly understood. Captain, you mean Mr. A and Mr. B thought from the beginning about misleading the players and hiding the real monster. They put the two men in a fake monster cage and made them think that the mouse is the real monster. When in fact, the mouse isn't actually the monster. Lin Yi's words caused the other 8 players to have an epiphany. Wang Yingui also reacted after a while and furiously kicked the cage. Mr. A and Mr. B are too sinister. They old Miao and I on the first day. In just a few hours, they thought of using the fake monster cage. After a pause, he thought, no, Mr. A and Mr. B can lie, but the Black Tower can't. The Black Tower gave us the coordinates of the monster, so shouldn't it be right? Brother Hao said, Captain, when I dug out Mr. A on the 4th day, he was carrying a sack on his shoulder. The thing inside made a squeaking sound and the body shape was similar to this mouse. The glasses man understood Brother Hao's meaning. He closed his eyes and pondered over everything that happened in the past 7 days. Finally, he gave a long sigh and smiled bitterly. He said slowly, the 2 greatest detectives in the underground kingdom, the detectives' contempt. I finally get it. In fact, Mr. A and Mr. B gave us this monster under the cloth. They first tied up 2 players and misled them into thinking this was the real big monster. The capital of the underground kingdom, the strange circus. At 6 in the evening, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo carried the large earthworm in a sack and stepped into the circus. The same task noticed that the other 10 players received rang in their ears. Once Tang Mo heard the Black Tower say that 10 players were left and that spooky circus thriller night was opened, his expression changed. He realized that the Black Tower was likely to have told the other players about his and Fu Wenduo's mission. Sure enough, the Black Tower never disappointed when it came to hitting the players. It was followed by news that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo won the game. The Black Tower kindly exposed the names of the players who had been hiding for 7 days. Tang Mo didn't know if he should laugh or cry, while Fu Wenduo said calmly, at least our faces aren't seen. They only know our names and not our faces. Tang Mo turned to look at him and smiled. Major Fu, you aren't afraid because your name is already known to every player. Tang Mo spoke very politely, but his implication was that Fu Wenduo was already notorious. Tang Mo was different. He didn't want to be famous. Fu Wenduo carried the big earthworm and looked meaningfully at Tang Mo. Maybe they can't guess that we are Mr. A and Mr. B. Tang Mo guessed, maybe. Maybe the glasses-wearing captain will guess. Forget it. Let's go and turn this earthworm in. The 2 men carried on walking. The big earthworm was stupidly moving its head in the sack, causing the sack to bulge out. As soon as the force was discharged, the sack bounced back. It felt like the earthworm was having fun as it arched for a long time. It forgot to cry out for its mother and didn't pay attention to the 2 players carrying it. In fact, from beginning to end, Tang Mo's plan was very simple. On the first day of the game, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo successfully captured the stupid Wang Yingui and old Miao. Tang Mo found a problem when catching these 2 people. On the first day of the game, the remaining 21 players didn't join hands. They had their own groups. This was the best news for Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo. They were most afraid of players forming an alliance in this game. The game mission for the 21 players was conflict-free. The biggest conflict was the 2 kings' gold coins. It was just like the Pinocchio game. The 2 gold coins tempted the player to knock out other people and enjoy the rewards alone. If it was Tang Mo, he would find the right player to ally with when entering the game. The temptation of the gold coins was both a reward and a bomb. It made the game very difficult. The worst case was that the big monster wouldn't be stolen and the players would hit each other. Tang Mo wouldn't repeat Pinocchio's game. He would give up the king's gold coin from the beginning, not taking the initiative to fight, and would put the game mission first. Fortunately, none of the 21 players chose this path, and there were even 4 stowaways who decided to slaughter the other players. The situation suddenly became good for Tang Mo. Putting Wang Yingui and Old Niao in the fake monster cake on the first day was a coincidence. The situation was so good, and Tang Mo didn't know that the Black Tower would give the detectives contempt. It was Fu Wenduo who said, "There is no problem with preparing. If they escape, they are the only players who have seen the monster. Misleading them might not be bad." Fu Wenduo seized a giant mouse in the sewers of the underground kingdom. He stuffed the mouse into the cage and shut Wang Yingui and Old Niao in with it. After that, the detective's contempt effect was announced. The moment the Black Tower announced the effect, Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo and immediately thought of a plan to deliberately give Wang Yingui and Old Niao to the other players. This was the gift they gave to the glasses man. Fu Wenduo said that their winning percentage rose from 60% to 70% when the 2 players were rescued. It wasn't because Wang Yingui and Old Niao were very stupid and would drag their teammates down. It was because they would mislead the glasses man about the big monster. In the dark tunnel, the glasses man speculated, "The detective's contempt has the Black Tower announced the monster's coordinates to us." However, none of us saw the monster when position was announced. By the time we arrive at the coordinates, Mr. A and Mr. B could have removed the monster. In addition, they don't need to transport it anywhere. The glasses man drew a rough map of the capital on the ground. The map given to us by the Black Tower is on 2 plants, i.e. the XY axis. There is no height coordinates. Mr. A and Mr. B can dig a hole to hide the real monster in the ground, while hiding the fake monster above the real monster. This way, we will never know that we were looking for the wrong monster. Xiao Chen looked at the map. "Shit. We have been cheated." The glasses man was very calm. "It isn't just being cheated. They used the 2 players who have seen the monster to mislead us. Then they intentionally cooperated with us and revealed flaws. On the 4th day, they let Mr. A act in front of us to mislead us about the real monster. These 2 things combined will make us think that the big mouse is definitely the real monster." Oldly lamented, "It is unfair to lose like this." The glasses man pushed up his glasses. "There is one more thing. Perhaps Mr. A and Mr. B are cruel and planned a bit deeper. Oldly, the 3 players we saw on the stone road might not have been killed by the 4 stowaways. They might have been killed by Mr. A and Mr. B." Oldly was shocked. Mr. A and Mr. B killed the 3 players, but also cut open their bodies and hung them to show off. There was a pause before he understood. "Is this to isolate us?" The glasses man said, "I don't know. This matter might have nothing to do with Mr. A and Mr. B. I can't judge because the boy who used insects looked very similar to the 3 dead players when he died. I can only say that whether Mr. A and Mr. B did it or not, it was a good move. Due to the brutal death of these 3 players, I determined that it was impossible to cooperate with the stowaways. Now we lost the game." Lu Xing asked from the side, "There are 2 players who finished the game. Fu Wenduo is a name that I know. He is the Chinese person who cleared the Black Tower's 1st floor and 2nd floor. He is a stowaway. But who is Tang Mo? I haven't heard that name before." And Chu touched her chin. "I also have never heard it." Wang Yingui felt a bit of remorse for misleading everyone. He spoke guiltily, "Yes, how did these 2 players complete the task? Could it be that after Old Niao and I stole this monster, they entered a bit later than we did and found the real monster buried in the ground?" Even Wang Yingui felt that his words were too incredible and laughed hollowly. The two players who never appeared completed the mission. It felt like 10 people were fighting each other and were half dead. The two sides were about to die together, only for two players to suddenly emerge. The group of martial arts masters suffered from serious injuries and couldn't move. They could only helplessly watch as the two nameless juniors effortlessly took away the rewards that belonged to them. Lu Xing said, "I don't know who Tang Yamo is, but if Fu Wenduo is really that Fu Wenduo, he wouldn't be so stupid and cheap as to hide behind us." Lin Yi also felt that there was something wrong. In these 7 days, I never saw those two players. If we add the number of people, there are 5 of us and the 4 people on Mr. Lu's team. On the 3rd day, the 3 players were killed and the stowaways squad had 4 people. In addition, there is Wang Yingui's 2 people and the team I followed to the outskirts had 3 people. It is a total of 21 people. Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo's additions are just right. But on the 4th day, I searched for a long time near the abandoned building and didn't see them. Could their scouting ability be stronger than mine and they managed to hide their traces from me? Or did they never go to the monster? Everyone looked at each other and put forward various possible reasons. Suddenly, the glasses man's eyes widened. Our game mission failed because we didn't save the real monster. The group turned to look at him. The man's glasses were fogged up and his brain was working quickly as he recalled every detail of the 7-day game. The game failed and we received the penalty of the spooky circus thriller night opening. Before 10 in the evening, we have to sneak into the strange circus and destroy the surprise night. The crowd looked at him with confusion. Lin Yi asked, "Captain, what's wrong with that?" The glasses man now completely understood. He had a hint of wildness in his eyes as he suppressed his excited and furious mood. He was excited because he discovered the truth and angry because of this truth. Why should we destroy the surprise night? If the real monster was stolen by players, the surprise night should have already been destroyed and we don't need to destroy it. This means the surprise night has started smoothly and the big monster wasn't stolen at all. Everyone was startled as they looked at the glasses man. He gritted his teeth and screamed out, "Mr. A and Mr. B successfully sent the big monster to the circus. They finished their task. They are Fu Wenduo and Tang Yamo." On the other side, Tang Yamo wasn't panicked about the players probably finding out his identity. First of all, the 10 players might not they were Fu Wenduo and Tang Yamo but they didn't know which one was Fu Wenduo and which one was Tang Yamo. Secondly, the players had never seen their faces. In a way, Tang Yamo felt that his acting was very good. He was around the same height as Bai Ruoyao. His hair and mouth was covered, with only his eyes being revealed. The difference with the real Bai Ruoyao shouldn't be too big. The 10 players didn't spend too much time with him apart from Lin Yi, who didn't have a good impression of it. Maybe later, they might Bai Ruoyao and see that he acts the same way. They would shout, "Mr. B" and rush to get revenge. They might also think he was China's enemy, Fu Wenduo. Of course, this was on the premise that Bai Ruoyao was still alive. The two of them entered the circus. A few minutes later, a short and fat dwarf came running from a distance. As soon as they met, Sneeze let out a big sneeze and a snot bubble formed. Sneeze sucked the green snot back and rubbed his nose. "Where is the monster?" "Mr. A, Mr. B, the surprise night has already begun and it is currently an acrobatic show. If you can't turn in the monster by 7 o'clock, you won't receive the rest of your pay and you will also feel the wrath of our great circus leader." Tang Yamo looked behind him. "You didn't prepare a cage." Sneeze cried out, "What cage? 7 days ago, we gave you the big monster in a cage and even prepared a carriage." Tang Yamo smiled. "Things happened. Let's go out and speak." The 3 people went outside the circus. There was a huge iron cage on the ground outside the circus. Fu Wenduo put the sack on the floor. Sneeze opened it and said, "Ah, this is the damn monster. The big earthworm found at the sack was suddenly opened. It looked up at Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo and Sneeze. The next second, it burst into tears. "Where is my mother? I want my mother, I want my mother." It was still a false cry with no tears. Sneeze muttered angrily, "Put it in the cage quickly. I will give it to the great circus leader and let the great circus leader cut it into pieces in front of more than 1,000 spectators." Who? The screams of Sneeze and the big earthworm mixed together. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other before Fu Wenduo grabbed the sack and threw the big earthworm into the cage. There was a loud bang as the fat earthworm was thrown into the cage. It was dizzy from the impact and didn't react. Afterwards, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo pushed the cage across the ground. The speed at which they pushed the cage was incredibly slow, like an ant crawling. It took them 1 minute to push it a distance of 1 meter. Sneeze was stunned. "What are you doing? Hurry and send this monster inside." Fu Wenduo glanced at Sneeze. "It is too heavy." "What?" Tang Mo looked at the bodyguards patrolling the circus. "Or do you want to push it? Wait, what about our money? Do you want to take our money again?" Sneeze's expression changed. Who wants to take your money? Hurry and send the monster inside. Then I will give you the money." Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo slowly pushed the large earthworm's cage into the circus. No one noticed that their actions of pushing the cage was a bit strange. Every time they pushed it, they would quietly kick the cage with the feet. When the big earthworm pushed back, the two people stopped. The big earthworm thought that this pushing cage game was very fun. It put its disgusting head in Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo's direction. Fun, push it again." Tang Mo said helplessly, "It is really naive." Fu Wenduo looked at him. It was nearly 7 o'clock and the acrobatic performance was coming to an end. A low, magnetic voice rang from the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, underground people and monsters, this is the strange circus surprise night. Who am I? I have received Wang Xiaotian's sweet kiss. I am your greatest circus leader." Cheers rang through the circus and seemed to overturn the tent. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were standing backstage and couldn't see the circus leader. However, their hearts tightened the moment they heard his voice. The two people glanced at each other and quickly understood. This person was dangerous. The voice alone was filled with a terrifying pressure that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo couldn't ignore. The circus leader was definitely a black tower monster on the level of Grandmother Wolf and Santa Claus. Tang Mo started sweating as he understood this point, but he didn't shake. He looked calmly at the curtain in front of him. He knew that beyond this curtain, there were thousands of spectators and the terrible circus leader. He quietly waited for time to pass as the circus leader announced that he would perform himself and dissect this wonderful monster. The underground people who performed the acrobatics got down from the stage while the circus staff started to prepare anatomical tools. The backstage was disorderly as people crowded around Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. It could be said that this was the circus' most chaotic time. The whole backstage was a mess and even Sneeze didn't have time to watch Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. He had his own things to do. Of course, before he left, he parted with 3 silver coins. This was the wage for Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The whistles and cheers of the crowd echoed in the tent, the horrible laughed and music making the stage behind the curtain a strange world. The circus leader shouted, "Let's bring out the VIP guests." The acrobatic performances backstage hadn't been removed and they ran quickly as soon as they heard these words. "This is the time." Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo cried out simultaneously. Boom! 1 second before the curtain opened, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo kicked the iron cage. To be precise, they kicked the bottom of the iron cage. The huge cage flew out of the curtain, causing the surprised circus leader to jump and avoid it. The cage continued to roll forward and was about to reach the audience. Grandmother Wolf sitting in the first row opened her parasol. Once the cage hit her parasol, there was a bang and it landed on the ground. Grandmother Wolf smiled gracefully, like a lady. "Ah, what is this? It scared me." She patted her heart with her big furry hands and made a frightened expression. On the other side, Sneeze exclaimed, "What do you want to do?" Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo's kicking action was too sudden and none of the circus members could react. Even the big earthworms didn't respond. Tang Yamo asked quickly, "Aren't you running away?" The big earthworm was stunned before twisted its body and digging a hole. It dug a hole quickly because it wasn't blocked by the iron cage. Once it touched soil, it dug a big hole and disappeared into the deep tunnel. Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo immediately turned and fled. The circus was a mess. The staff members wanted to catch them but they were too chaotic. One man moving caused another to fall down. People crowded together. Tang Yamo took advantage of this crowd and ran out of the circus. The next moment, the glasses man and the other 10 players arrived. When they arrived at the circus, it was already a sea of people and finding a path was hard. The circus members were like ants in a hot pot. "You step on me then I have to kick you." Their funny performance made the audience laugh. Meanwhile, the circus leader reacted. The glasses man only saw a gaudy figure madly step on the crowd as he chased after Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo. The glasses man looked at the scene with amazement. Lu Xing was stunned. "This is the surprise night. Aren't we supposed to ruin it now?" The strange circus surprise night entered in a chicken and dog chase. Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo smoothly finished the game. The circus leader couldn't catch up with them. After all, everything happened too suddenly. The members of the circus also fell down and tripped up the leader. Once they left the circus, a child's voice rang in Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo's ears. "Ding dong! Players Fu Wenduo and Tang Yamo have cleared the extra instance, spooky circus thriller night, and have rescued the poor monster, destroying the surprise night. They have obtained the earthworm's goodwill as a reward." Tang Yamo didn't have time to think about what the earthworm's goodwill was as he and Fu Wenduo were transported out of the game. When they opened their eyes, they had returned to Nanpu Bridge. There was no time to think. They quietly left Nanpu Bridge and found an empty room to settle in. Tang Yamo closed the door, leaned against the door panel and sat on the ground to rest. They weren't chased by the circus leader to the end but the two of them had used all their strength to escape. Tang Yamo panted heavily as he leaned against the door then he took out a moon flower that was about to wither from his backpack. The last silver petal fell down. The flower was completely withered and turned to ashes in Tang Mo's hand. A silver light flashed on Tang Mo's forehead. The silver light weakened and soon disappeared, returning Tang Mo's forehead to normal. Prop. Queen of Hearts Moon Flower, owner. Tang Yamo, gain clearance instructions. At 6 o'clock in the evening, send the big earthworm to the circus and you will be able to pass the instance Strange Circus Surprise Night. The assembly instance is a double game. The hidden game Spooky Circus Thriller Night will take place at 7 in the evening. Help the earthworm escape from the strange circus and destroy the surprise night. Yes, after entering the game, Tang Yamo used the moon flower to get the method of clearing the game. He used the moon flower to determine the instance clearance conditions for himself and Tang Yamo originally. He was worried about how they would send the big earthworm to the circus in 7 days. He needed more information. Later, the detective's contempt effect was triggered and the difficulty of the game greatly increased. This made the use of the moon flower more appropriate. However, the moon flower really was a broken version of a game strategy. It only told Tang Yamo how to complete the final game and didn't give any tips. The two of them rested against the door for a while and Tang Yamo looked up at the dark ceiling. He smiled as he recalled what happened in the past 7 days and Fu Wenduo turned to look at him. Tang Mo said, I knew that the game difficulty would increase when we teamed up, but this difficulty. It seems that the increase is too big. Fu Wenduo bent his right leg and leaned on his knee, speaking in a low voice, the difficulty isn't small, 2v21. Yes, it is 2v21. Fu Wenduo asked, how do you feel? Tang Mo thought for a moment. Happy. He was happy. He played many games, but it was the first time Tang Mo felt so happy after winning a game. The greater the difficulty of the game, the more he put into it. It felt so cool to play against 21 enemies and to take away the rewards of the thrilling night. He had to be careful every moment when playing the game. After the game, his scalp became numb. However, it was one thing to feel cool when playing the game. Once he teamed up with Fu Wenduo, the difficulty of the game was really too much. If the 4 stowaways hadn't helped them this time, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo would find it impossible to complete the game so easily. Of course, they didn't win that easily. After a break, Tang Mo pulled a white gem out of his pocket and Fu Wenduo was the same. The free customizable prop upgrade package. Are you going to upgrade the king's gold coin? Fu Wenduo asked in a certain tone. Tang Mo looked at him and didn't deny it. What are you going to upgrade? A weapon. The answer was normal. Fu Wenduo didn't have the rare prop of the king's gold coin, so it was natural to upgrade a weapon. Tang Mo thought. Have you considered upgrading the turkey egg? Fu Wenduo replied, it can be used once in 7 days and can only save 1 hour. That is enough for now. It is easy to slack off with this prop. Tang Mo nodded. He had thought about it and decided not to upgrade the turkey egg. The current turkey egg was enough for them. Fu Wenduo looked at him. Do you really want to upgrade the gold coin? Why? The gold coin is a chance to abstain from a Black Tower game. The best result from upgrading it is a chance to waive the game multiple times, but it can't be more than 3 times. The Black Tower won't let you have too many chances to abstain. It is possible that the upgrade won't give you extra chances to abstain from a game. Fu Wenduo said, upgrading a weapon is more suitable for you. The thing that Tang Mo needed the most was the ability to fight. This time, Tang Mo safely completed the game because of Fu Wenduo. In the previous Black Tower game, Tang Mo met by Ruoyao, who was stronger than him and almost died. Now Tang Mo met the bald man. Tang Mo wasn't a match for the bald man who could transform into the brown bear. If it wasn't for Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo would have likely become a gold coin in this assembly instance. Players who cleared the second floor weren't necessarily better than players on the Black Tower's first floor. The Black Tower game was judged by not just force, but also intelligence, judgment, determination. Even luck. Fu Wenduo said, abstaining from a game is just winning 1 game. Upgrading your weapon will allow you to cope with many games. Tang Mo was silent. After a moment, he whispered, thank you. Fu Wenduo's lips curved. Tang Mo soon upgraded the big match. The big match and small parasol were the weapons he used most at the moment. The small parasol was powerful and could be used for attack and defense, but it couldn't be placed in the tattoo. It was a bit of a hassle to open it and surprise attacks weren't possible. He also had to say shameful words before using it. Tang Mo didn't hesitate to upgrade the big match. Prop. Mosaics match, owner. Tang Mo, quality. Excellent, level. 3, function. Flames that can't be extinguished. You can ignite the match at will. Once the match's flames burn an object, the causality effect means the object will be burned up. Extinguishing the flames is hard beyond imagination. Restrictions. Multiple users of the flames will reduce the life of the match. Can be used up to 50 times. Note. Although I set fire to kill, I am still a good girl, Mosaic said. The author has something to say. Abilities book baby. Wow, how long has it been since I've appeared? I'm telling you, my popularity is high. Everyone likes me hurting Tanya Mo. If you don't let me play, the readers will certainly abandon the text, certainly abandon the text. Carrot. Tang tang. I made a request to the author. I heard that you will appear in the next time. Now forget it. Abilities book baby. Tanya Mo, I'm still your baby. Tang tang. Never, smile. Chapter 74. You are listening at novelfull.audio. After daybreak, it was confirmed there were no players waiting in ambush around Nanpu Bridge. Then Tang Mo and Fu Wen duo cautiously returned to the mall. Tang Mo sued the Moonflower to find out about the hidden game and also clear it to get the reward, pitting him against the other players. It was difficult for two fists to attack four hands. If the 10 players were really angry and decided to join forces, Tang Mo and Fu Wen duo would find it hard to get away. Night wasn't good to see if there were enemies hiding nearby. The sun was bright during the day and it was obvious that players weren't hiding. Tang Mo returned to the mall at the fastest speed and said goodbye to Fu Wen duo at the entrance. The two of them had their own things to do, such as Fu Wen duo upgrading his weapon. Tang Mo didn't know what Fu Wen duo's weapon was. He watched Fu Wen duo fight and didn't see him use any props. He just used his powerful force to confront the enemy. Everyone had their own secrets, just like Tang Mo not telling Fu Wen duo about his abilities. After entering the mall, Tang Mo found a hidden place in the underground parking lot, turned on the flashlight and took out the abilities book from the air. He turned to the last page and lines of black characters slowly appeared. Ability. Destroy you on behalf of the stars, owner. Jin Jingyun, stowaway, type. 4-dimensional, function. Launches bullets with a tracking effect. Aim at the target and shout, checkmate. The bullet will fly to the target area until hit or the bullet's kinetic energy disappeared. Level 4. Restriction. Every bullet needs to be controlled by mental energy. Up to 5 bullets can be fired at a time. More than 5 will cause mental damage, reparable. Remark. Knowledge, courage, beauty and intelligence. The wind steals from the ice star, go. Tang Mo version usage instructions. Can be used once a day. Every time, 3 bullets can be fired. Before using it, you must shout, destroy you on behalf of the stars, checkmate while the other person has to hear you. Jin Jingyun is the messenger sent by God. Her biggest task is to help Tang Mo punish the enemy on behalf of the stars after turning into a magical girl. Now she has finished her task. Comrade. Life is glorious, death is great. After experiencing the Return My Godfather ability and Grandmother Wolf's small parasol, Tang Mo already had a high acceptance of shameful props and abilities. But this time, his eyes were fixed on, the other party has to hear him. After a long time, Tang Mo slammed the book shut and decided it wasn't necessary to use this power. Then Tang Mo muttered, that I won't use this ability unless it is a last resort. From a certain perspective, this ability was a bit unsuited for the current Tang Mo. If he didn't need to shout the spell so that the enemy could hear it, Tang Mo would completely treat it as a stealth remote attack. He could hide in the dark and use the ability after firing a gun. This would definitely be a killing weapon. It was a pity that it must be heard by the enemy. This meant that the moment he fired the bullet, Tang Mo's position would be exposed. However, if used in a melee, Tang Mo could release bullets to interfere with the enemy. It was a large killing ability. Tang Mo thought for a while before throwing the abilities book into the air and moving to the 3rd floor of the underground parking lot. He knocked on the door of Luo Fengcheng's office, who was drawing something inside. Luo Fengcheng looked up at Tang Mo after hearing the knock. He smiled and said, "It seems that you and Major Fu have won the assembly instance." He spoke in a certain tone. He didn't doubt that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had lost the game. There was no need to hide it. Tang Mo walked to Luo Fengcheng's table and sat down. Yes, it was a difficult game to win. He didn't say that they were forced into a 2v21 game by the Black Tower. Tang Mo asked, "What is the date today?" Luo Fengcheng replied, "February 13th. You entered the instance on February 1st and 13 days have passed." Tang Mo said, "We spend 7 days in the underground kingdom. This is normal. The time flow in the Black Tower instance and the real world isn't the same. Sometimes the time flow is the same for both. Sometimes 1 day in the Black Tower will be 2 days in the real world. Sometimes 2 days will pass in the Black Tower while only 1 day has passed on Earth." Tang Mo understood Luo Fengcheng's meaning. Let's take the game he participated in. In the hamster game, the flow of the game was the same as the real world. Therefore, Tang Mo used it to learn that he lost time and cleared the game. But the Queen of Hearts Gem Castle was different. Tang Mo was only there for a few hours, but when he came out, 2 days had passed on Earth. The two of them chatted for a while. Tang Mo explained in a simple manner what he countered with Fu Wenduo in the assembly instance. He didn't talk about the specific game content or that they swindled 21 players. He mainly talked about the strange circus. "I heard about the strange circus in other games and it is the focus of this assembly instance. It is a very important organization in the underground kingdom. According to my speculations, there will be more Black Tower games related to the circus." Luo Fengcheng tapped a pen against the table and looked at Tang Mo, the banana pub, the strange circus. These are the two largest organizations of the underground kingdom that we know about right now. Since the Black Tower's 2.0 update, 2 assembly instances have been associated with them. Luo Fengcheng suddenly picked up his pen and drew on a piece of paper. He seemed to be drawing a map, but it was too abstract. Tang Mo couldn't see the specific positions from these curved lines. Luo Fengcheng stopped the pen and looked at Tang Mo. "The assembly instance isn't the same as other instances. The assembly instances aren't life-threatening. Even if the game fails, you will only receive a penalty and get a new task. After completing the penalty, you can leave the instance. Then using the assembly instances, we might be able to understand the Black Tower. At the very least, we can learn more about the underground kingdom and the monster world." Tang Mo also agreed. "This time, I strolled through the capital of the Overgeared Kingdom. The assembly instance had no fixed area restrictions for players and they could move around at will. If the next assembly instance is in the monster world." Tang Mo reached out and drew a circle on Luo Fengcheng's map. "We can learn more about the Black Tower world." The two of them looked at each other. "The more information we have, the more useful it will be in new games." Luo Fengcheng laughed. "In the future, players can take advantage of the situation if conditions allow them to. Therefore, it is important to attend the assembly instances. It isn't just boosting out strength but also gaining more information. Next week, Jack and Tang Qiao will go to challenge the Black Tower." Tang Mo was slightly surprised and soon said, "There should be no accidents with Jack and Tang Qiao's strength. They should pass smoothly. All the players I met in this instance cleared the first floor of the tower. Some were strong but some of them weren't as good as Jack." Luo Fengcheng seized the keyword. "It seems that you and Major Fu were the only players who cleared the Black Tower's second floor." Tang Mo was stunned but soon admitted it. "Yes. It was both good and bad to talk to smart people. The advantage was that some things didn't need to be pointed out. The other person would immediately understand the meaning and it was very convenient. But it also meant the other person could detect some information that wasn't meant to be disclosed from the words. Tang Mo just said that all the players I met in this instance cleared the first floor of the tower, and Luo Fengcheng immediately thought that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were the only ones who cleared the Black Tower's second floor. If he thought more deeply, he might be able to guess Tang Moa Nd Fu Wen was game. This was the terrible thing about smart people. You must always be careful when talking to them or you could be exposed at any time. But in the future, there would be no such opportunities. Tang Mo quietly looked at Luo Fengqing in front of him. 4 months had passed since they first met. Without the Black Tower, Tang Mo would have never met this country's secret personnel. After the Earth went online, most of his time was spent in Shanghai. He met Qin Shanshan, the little fatty, Luo Fengqing and Jack here. It would be a lot easier if he decided to stay in Shanghai. He wasn't a member of Attack, but Luo Fengqing and Jack didn't treat him as an outsider. Tang Mo and Luo Fengqing might be cautious towards each other and they weren't heartwarming friends, but basic trust wasn't a problem. On one hand, Shanghai had Qin Shanshan, Luo Fengqing and a familiar area. On the other hand, his friend in Beijing might have survived and there was Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo stated, "Tomorrow, I will leave Shanghai with Major Fu." The smile on Luo Fengqing's face slowly disappeared. After a moment, he said, "I thought you would stay." Tang Mo was keenly aware something was wrong. "What is it?" Luo Fengqing explained, "You are going to team up with Major Fu for the Black Tower game, right?" Tang Mo didn't say this but it wasn't hard for Luo Fengqing to guess. He said, "It was Shanshan's idea." "Tang Mo, you aren't a member of Attack. I don't know what type of strength you have now but if you say, you won't ignore what happens to Attack. If I fail to attack the tower in the future, you are likely to replace me as the leader of Attack." Tang Mo was shocked as he realized. He quickly calmed down and his brain was running fast. 2 weeks ago, Luo Fengqing recommended that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo take part in the assembly instance and now they won the game. Tang Mo said, 2 weeks ago, you deliberately told me about this assembly instance so that I would participate. That's right. It was Qin Shanshan's idea. Luo Fengqing nodded. It was her idea and mine as well. Once you leave, Attack strength will drop. This is my consideration. The little girl didn't think as complicated as me. The little fatty and Shanshan just don't want you to leave. She told me she had a hunch that if you and Major Fu take part in this instance, you will feel that the difficulty of the game soared after the two of you teamed up. You will hesitate to continue with Major Fu. This was the best chance to persuade you to give up on teaming up with Major Fu. The image of the forever calm girl's face appeared in his mind and he felt a bit funny. He didn't expect Qin Shanshan to use her super thinking ability in such a place. She guessed right. After he teamed up with Fu Wenduo, they triggered the public enemies effect and the game difficulty increased to 21 players. Tang Mo did have some regrets. But in the end, he still decided to team up. On one end, the difficulty of the game soared. On the other end, there was a good teammate. The finale of the Strange Circus Surprise Night gave Tang Mo the best answer. A good teammate was more important than a difficult game. Tang Mo asked, "Qin Shanshan and the little fatty, are they in the infirmary?" Luo Fengqing shook his head. They are participating in a reality instance that was recently discovered, along with Jack and Tang Qiao. I'm afraid it will take them a few days to come back. Are you going to wait for them? Tang Mo would leave tomorrow while the children would be back in a few days. Tang Mo was silent for a moment. I won't wait. Luo Fengqing had already guessed the answer. The two of them chattered for a bit. Then Tang Mo got up to leave. Luo Fengqing looked at Tang Mo's back and suddenly said, "If I have an ability, or if I pass the Black Tower and acquire an ability. Tang Mo, perhaps you and I will be very good teammates." Tang Mo paused and turned his head. Tang Mo saw the calm smile on Luo Fengqing's face and remembered the first time they met. At that time, he suspected Luo Fengqing was a stowaway and doubted his Black Tower researcher status. Now 4 months had already passed. Tang Mo thought about it. You will get an ability. You will pass the Black Tower's first floor and become stronger after gaining an ability, at least enough to protect yourself. Luo Fengqing smiled. I hope so too. The two men looked at each other with a fixed stare. A minute later, Tang Yemo smiled and Luo Fengqing returned it. Goodbye. Goodbye. The door closed and Tang Yemo left Luo Fengqing's office. He rested in the parking lot for one night. Then the next morning, Tang Yemo came to the clothing store on the first floor of the mall. Once he entered the clothing store, he felt something in his heart. A violent attack came from behind Tang Yemo. Tang Yemo jumped forward and rolled across the ground. He stabilized his body and aimed a kick at the man behind him. The man dodged sideways and greeted him with a punch. The fist hit the air, making a sharp blast of wind. They showed each other no mercy. The two men attacked each other in the clothing store at a terrible speed. Tang Yemo kicked against the wall and somersaulted behind the man, aiming his right fist. But this man was already prepared. He moved his head and his left hand grabbed Tang Mo's fist while his right hand grabbed Tang Mo's arm. Tang Mo's eyes widened with surprise. By the time he recovered, he was pressed against the ground by Fu Wenduo, his limbs constrained. The small parasol underneath him caused him a strange pain. Tang Yemo twisted his neck and asked in a helpless manner. Is this weight-bearing training, Major Fu? Fu Wenduo removed his hands. The enemy won't care if you are carrying a bag, sleeping or eating. Tang Yemo raised himself up and patted the dirt off his clothes. He looked at Fu Wenduo. Are we going to Beijing? Fu Wenduo paused before turning towards the door, his lips quietly curving. Let's go to Beijing. There were more than 70 players at the Pudong Mall. The departure of the two players didn't cause a sensation and no one noticed their departure. Tang Yemo carried a small bag with a small amount of water and food, plus a map of China from Shanghai to Beijing. Tang Yemo and Fu Wenduo moved on the road. They looked like ordinary friends and they walked in the sun towards the north. Of course, it was impossible to go all the way to Beijing. Walking more than 1,000 kilometers would take at least 1 month. Fu Wenduo found an abandoned off-road vehicle on the road. He tried to start it up and the two people boarded it. Fu Wenduo took the driver's seat while Tang Yemo sat in the passenger seat with the map. The car drove past a police station and Tang Yemo quickly said, "Wait a minute, I want to go inside and see." Fu Wenduo glanced at him. This place. Tang Yemo nodded. Fu Wenduo didn't ask any more questions. He stopped the car and Tang Yemo entered the police station. There was no one in the empty police station. The tables and chairs were disorderly and the police station was a mess. Tang Yemo looked in the offices for a long time and didn't find any guns. He quickly went to the 3rd floor, found the arsenal sign at the end of the corridor and immediately walked over. The iron door had been knocked down and the arsenal was empty. There wasn't even a stun stick, let alone a handgun or sniper rifle. It seemed that after the Earth went online, many players came here to take guns and other weapons. Tang Yemo searched carefully and still didn't find a gun. He returned to the car where Fu Wenduo looked at him. You didn't take anything. Tang Yemo shook his head. I originally wanted to see if there was a gun. Unfortunately, they were taken long ago. Fu Wenduo nodded thoughtfully. It was strange that Tang Yemo was only looking for a gun 4 months after the Earth went online. With his present strength, he didn't need a gun to protect himself. He could threaten and handle his enemies without a gun. However, Fu Wenduo didn't ask any questions. He calmly put his hand in his pocket. The next second, a silver light passed by Tang Mo's eyes. Tang Mo stared at it and then looked at Fu Wenduo with amazement. Sunlight shone through the window, giving Fu Wenduo a faint golden glow. He looked at Tang Mo and the beautiful silver handgun. He watched Tang Mo like the gun was an ordinary thing. His voice was calm as he spoke. You wanted a gun. Tang Mo's heart thumped wildly at these words. After a long time, he grabbed the beautiful silver gun in Fu Wenduo's hand and smiled. Aren't you going to ask me why I suddenly want a gun now? Fu Wenduo pressed his foot against the accelerator. Do you want me to ask? Tang Mo looked at this beautiful handgun and didn't answer. This gun was clearly not a mass-produced weapon. The body of the gun was smooth and the handgun was rubbed so that nothing could be seen. It was obvious that the owner had used it a lot. The bottom of the gun handle had a small V letter engraved on it. Tang Mo vaguely guessed that this was Fu Wenduo's personal item or an important item. After the Earth went online, guns were no longer important to players. In particular, the gun wasn't a powerful weapon for someone like Fu Wenduo. However, Fu Wenduo didn't throw away the gun, which showed that it was important to him. Tang Mo became aware of this and suddenly remembered something. His expression changed. Tang Mo instantly hid his emotions and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. The other side was unaware of any abnormalities. Tang Mo quietly put the gun into his pocket. A black SVU moved across Huangpu River. At 4 in the afternoon, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo officially left Shanghai. The author has something to say. Tang. Go to Beijing. Old Fu. Let's go to Beijing. Fu Wensheng. QAQ older brother, sister. Law. Come find me first in Nanjing. Don't forget me. TL. For those who haven't realized, Fu Wenduo gave him the gun on Valentine's Day, which is why Tang Mo's expression changed. Chapter end. Chapter 75. You are listening at novelfull.audio. At 6 in the evening, the sky was dark. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo left Shanghai using the freeway that was full of cars. They drove very slowly and moved a few dozen kilometers in 2 hours. Fu Wenduo pulled the handbrake and slammed on the brakes. The off-road vehicle drifted on the empty highway. There was a harsh braking sound and the car parked sideways in the middle of the road. Tang Mo was surprised when the car stopped. It was evening and they weren't in a rush. First, the sky was dark and there were many cars on the highway. The owners suddenly disappeared and the cars crashed, blocking the road. It was hard to see the cars at night, making them more prone to collisions. Secondly, it was likely to encounter other players at night. However, Fu Wenduo's parking of the car was somewhat unpredictable. As if noticing the doubts in Tang Mo's mind, Fu Wenduo said, "On my way from Beijing to Shanghai, I met 3 groups of people. They ambushed me from both sides of the highway. There are always people separated in different locations who want to go home and see their loved ones. Due to the long journey, the people would have brought food, water and weapons. It is a good decision to rob them." Tang Mo hadn't traveled far. Suzhou and Shanghai were very close, but he had long guessed there would be such players. He quickly understood Fu Wenduo's meaning. Parking the car like this, you want to pretend that a driver suddenly disappeared and lost control of the car. Yes. The head of the car was against the highway's fence and it was parked oddly, looking like a deserted car. The two of them didn't say anything else. Fu Wenduo gave the back seat of the car to Tang Mo so that Tang Mo could lie down and rest. Meanwhile, Fu Wenduo pulled down the driver's seat and closed his eyes. Tang Mo wasn't polite. He lay down and looked up at the black roof. His eyes were calm but his mind were full of thoughts. In the quiet car, Fu Wenduo's steady breathing was the only sound. Tang Mo knew that even if Fu Wenduo's breathing was stable, he wasn't actually sleeping. Their current strength meant that 3 days of sleeplessness didn't affect normal activities. Today was the first night they left Shanghai. Fu Wenduo gave the back seat to Tang Mo and was lying uncomfortably in the front seat, which meant he would never sleep. Fu Wenduo would keep watch tonight. He didn't sleep so Tang Mo couldn't do anything special. Even if Fu Wenduo did sleep, once Tang Mo pulled out the abilities book, he would notice Tang Mo's abnormal movements and wake up immediately. Yes, from the moment he received the silver gun, Tang Mo had been looking for an opportunity to take out the abilities book. His heart was at war. On the one hand, he was now teammates with Fu Wenduo and both of them had decided to travel to the distant Beijing together. They could tell each other their abilities. On the other hand, he still had some mistrust. After all, the time they had met each other was too short. They had only been in contact for 2 months and there was a long period in the middle with no contact. Let's wait a while. Tang Mo decided that if he took out the abilities book tomorrow and discovered he had Fu Wenduo's ability, he wouldn't conceal it any longer. The night passed. Fu Wenduo seemed to know that Tang Mo hadn't slept but the two people didn't say anything. Tang Mo closed his eyes and once it became bright, both of them opened their eyes at the same time. The first night passed smoothly. Fu Wenduo opened the door and walked in front of the car, pushing the 3 cars in front of them away. Once he returned to the car, Tang Mo was already back in the passenger seat. He held a map and said, "From this side, go to the Beijing-Shanghai Expressway. After 10 kilometers, we should pass through a service area. I will check if it has any food and water left." Fu Wenduo said, "There is a 9 out of 10 chance that everything has been taken. 2 months ago when I came from Beijing, the supermarkets along the service area were looted." Tang Mo asked, "What if there is?" Fu Wenduo didn't say anything more and the two people continued on the road. Like friends traveling together, Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo weren't too nervous and their expressions were calm. In fact, with their combined strength, there were few players in China who could rob them. It would be really bad luck to meet the two of them on the highway. Most players could be dealt with by both of them, unless the danger didn't come from players. Tang Mo suddenly thought, setting aside reality instances, Luo Fengqing divided the Black Tower instances into 2 types. One is the S.type instance and the different instances. 4 months ago, I participated in a different instance and was noticed by the Black Tower. Then I was forced to challenge the tower attack game. Tang Mo paused. It is the game where I used the archiver for the first time. You should have heard it. Fu Wenduo drove the car while recalling, the Mario and grids. Yes, it was that one. Is it possible for us to trigger an instance while driving on the road? It might be a reality instance, S.type instance or a different instance. After finishing, Tang Mo said to himself, my luck shouldn't be so bad. Then Tang Mo recalled his experiences in the past 4 months and fell silent. His luck was really bad. At this time, Fu Wenduo said, in general, my luck isn't bad. From Beijing to Shanghai, he never encountered a single instance. This should be good luck. Tang Mo didn't comment on this. The two people soon arrived at the service area. Fu Wenduo drove the car to the parking lot of the service area. Tang Mo went straight to the supermarket while Fu Wenduo waited for him outside. Tang Mo's hand was on the small parasol, always aware of enemies that might be hidden inside the supermarket. After a moment, he determined that no one was in the supermarket and started to seriously search. The supermarket in the service area wasn't big and Tang Mo looked through it all in half a minute. As Fu Wenduo stated, it was a mess. Everything that could be eaten was stolen, leaving behind useless toys and books. Tang Mo didn't want to leave empty-handed so he went deep into the shelves and grabbed 2 toothbrushes and toothpaste. Once his figure was completely blocked by the shelves and couldn't be seen from outside the supermarket, Tang Mo quickly reached out and grabbed his abilities book. He turned to the last page as quickly as possible and looked at the first line. Ability. Destroy you on behalf of the stars. Tang Mo sighed softly, an unknown feeling in his heart. It wasn't pity or disappointment, it was just slightly expected. He walked out of the supermarket with the toothbrushes and toothpaste. When Tang Mo left, Fu Wenduo was leaning against the car and looking down at a map. The two people looked at each other before glancing at the toothpaste and toothbrushes in Tang Mo's hands. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Nothing." Tang Mo spoke with regret, "Everything was taken away. It must be taken by players who previously traveled the highway." Fu Wenduo asked, "You grabbed toothpaste and toothbrushes. Why didn't you grab towels as well?" Rg Tang Mo. Tang Mo ignored this joke and opened the car door. Fu Wenduo followed him into the car and continued to move forward. After determining that he didn't get Fu Wenduo's ability, Tang Mo finally took out the silver handgun. He sat on the passenger seat and carefully examined the gun. The bright sunlight shone through the window, causing the cold silver to sparkle. His brain worked quickly as he observed the gun. Tang Mo's ability was, "Don't give money for eating." He got the abilities book 4 months ago and had since collected many abilities. Most of these abilities were reduced and the master of the ability didn't perceive that it had been taken by Tang Mo. In addition, there were various restrictions when Tang Mo used the ability. There were 2 ways to gain abilities. The simplest was to kill the player and he would definitely get the player's ability. Tang Mo wasn't clear about the second method yet. Tang Mo's first ability, "Draw a Circle to Curse You," occurred when the official player Li Bin inadvertently handed him a flashlight. According to this, Tang Mo speculated that he must take away something from the player and not give anything in return if he wanted to gain the ability. It was eating without giving money. He used this method to obtain the ability to identity the player's identity, Chen Shanshan's super intelligence, the Return My Grandfather ability. However, he never got the little fatty's ability. During the strange circus surprise night, Tang Mo had done something in front of Fu Wenduo. When he imprisoned Wang Yingui and Old Niao, he took off their clothes and applied a layer of oil on their bodies. At the time, he had explained to Fu Wenduo, "This can deceive other players. We caught these 2 players to eat them but didn't have time." Then once the glasses man other people rescued Wang Yingui and Old Niao, they would find that these 2 players weren't wearing clothes and were covered in oil. This was a move to mislead players that Mr. A and Mr. B would really eat humans. Then after Wang Yingui and Old Niao escaped, people would think that the 2 players missing from the count were eaten by Mr. A and Mr. B. At the same time, Tang Mo got Wang Yingui and Old Niao's clothes without giving them money. Yet he didn't get their abilities. Today, Fu Wenduo handed his precious handgun to Tang Mo but Tang Mo didn't get his ability. This was the 4th ability that he missed. Tang Mo hid his emotions deep in his heart. The doubts in his heart were growing. He wanted to know the precise method to get abilities. It was a pity that this cheap book wouldn't take the initiative to tell him and he had to find out on his own. Tang Mo thought about his own cheap book and sighed helplessly. "Are you regretting not taking the towel?" Tang Mo. The joke was a little cold, causing Tang Mo to wrap his jacket tighter around himself. He lightly said, "We pushed a lot of cars along the way. We should stop and rest. It is estimated that we can reach Nanjing tomorrow. There is no need to hurry when it is 5 p.m. and I want to try out this gun." Fu Wenduo agreed. "Okay." Tang Mo asked, "Is this gun important to you?" There was a pause before he added, "I saw a letter on the bottom of the gun. Is it your name?" "It could be someone else's name." Fu Wenduo didn't conceal it. "It is my code name, Old V. In the Special Forces, we won't call each other by our real names. We will use code names with each other so we can hide out identities. It is also more convenient. My code name is Old V." Tang Mo originally thought the meaning of this was victory. He heard that many Olympic archers would engrave the letter V on their long bow for good luck, meaning victory. He didn't expect it to be Fu Wenduo's code name. But this meant that the gun was even more important. Tang Mo asked, "There is no problem with giving it to me." Fu Wenduo drove the car with one hand. This section of the road was very spacious and there weren't many cars. He turned his head and looked at Tang Mo, I don't need it with my ability and I have much more powerful props. It has no meaning for me now. He didn't throw it away purely out of habit and because he felt a bit of affection for it. But don't you need it more than I do? Tang Yamo didn't answer. He just turned his head and continued to observe the gun. Fu Wenduo laughed and continued driving. Tang Yamo didn't know what this man had discovered but everything was just a guess. It would be impossible for Fu Wenduo to find out the truth as long as Tang Yamo didn't admit it. Even if he guessed, Tang Yamo wouldn't admit it. The sun was setting and thick black clouds floated in the sky, blocking most of the sunset. It was going to rain so Fu Wenduo stopped early and parked the car on the side of the road. Tang Yamo held the gun as he left the highway along. He walked to the farmland next to it and tried raising the gun. He looked for some shooting knowledge after getting the checkmate ability. Tang Yamo opened the safety and pulled the slide. Tang Yamo held his breath as he heard crisp clicks. He raised his hand and pointed the gun at a small tree 10 meters away. Tang Yamo narrowed his eyes and pressed the trigger. Bang! The huge recoil force made Tang Mo's eyes widen and he took half a step back. He never thought that the gun's rear recoil would be so big that his arms shook, despite his current physical fitness. He looked at the small tree again and saw the branches shaking, a few leaves falling to the ground. There was no bullet hole in the tree. Just now, Tang Yamo had been aiming at the trunk of the tree. It was clear that he didn't shoot it and the bullet had flown through the leaves. Tang Yamo gritted his teeth. He was prepared this time as he held the gun with both hands and pressed the trigger. There were a roaring sound and the silver bullet pierced through the air into the trunk. Tang Mo's dynamic vision barely caught the silver ray. The light did pierce the trunk but it was more than 30 centimeters away from the place where Tang Yamo had been aiming. The destroy you on behalf of the stars meant that as long as he fired, the bullet would continue to track the target. However, this was based on his true shot. The bullet moved in a different trajectory from what Tang Yamo wanted when it was fired. If he used this ability, he might be aiming for the enemy's head but it would shoot their shoulders instead. This was still a good situation. The worst-case scenario was that he aimed when shooting the bullet and didn't hit anyone. Tang Mo's expression sank. He raised the gun and fired 2 more shots at the trunk. One was 20 centimeters away and the other was unexpected half a meter away from the target. There were 5 rounds left. Tang Yamo raised the gun to shoot again when a low voice was heard from behind him. You haven't shot before. Tang Yamo turned his head. No, this way. Fu Wenduo was standing on the highway. He drank water before putting the empty plastic bottle on the front of the off-road vehicle. Then he placed a hand on the fence and jumped off the highway. Fu Wenduo approached Tang Yamo and Tang Yamo said, I have a bit of motion sickness. It is okay in the car but I become dizzy when playing 3D shooting games. Therefore, I seldom play them. Fu Wenduo glanced at him with surprise. I'm talking about shooting guns at the range, not shooting games. Tang Yamo understood. I've never shot a gun. In modern society, there were many people who went to clubs to try archery and shooting. Fu Wenduo's question was understandable. He saw that Tang Yamo suddenly wanted a gun and thought he had experience. Fu Wenduo didn't expect that Tang Yamo really hadn't shot before. Fu Wenduo took the gun from Tang Mo's hand and aimed it at the tree 10 meters away. His eyes narrowed as he quickly opened the safety and pressed the trigger. Bang! These series of movements were so fast that Tang Yamo couldn't react. In the next second, there was a loud bang in Tang Mo's ears. The huge recoil force seemed non-existent as Fu Wenduo didn't even move his fingers. The bullet fired from the muzzle shot straight through the center of the small tree, making a smooth hole. Tang Mo's level was good among beginners. After all, he had good vision and high body strength and he could focus on the center of the tree. If he was given a few days, he would be able to achieve the level of an ordinary shooting enthusiast. However, Fu Wenduo's few shots clearly showed the difference between amateurs and professionals. Fu Wenduo almost didn't take aim. He just looked and directly shot at the location that Tang Mo had wanted to shoot. Tang Mo hadn't told Fu Wenduo the position. He just fired 4 shots, yet Fu Wenduo noticed from where he was standing on the highway and hit it with 1 shot. Tang Mo said, "How did you know I was aiming for the place where the bark was missing? The few shots you fired were all around that point." Fu Wenduo spoke naturally, "You didn't want to shoot there." Tang Mo was really speechless this time. It was fortunate that after the Earth went online, everyone's physical fitness improved. Otherwise, 10 copies of his previous self wouldn't be enough to beat Major Fu. Fu Wenduo returned the gun to Tang Mo. Tang Mo tried to recall Fu Wenduo's actions as he held the gun, wanting to imitate it. The next moment, a warm hand covered Tang Mo's hand, filling him with shock. He turned his head and saw that Fu Wenduo was right behind him. He was very natural, like training recruits, as he skillfully grabbed Tang Mo's hand and helped him hold the gun. Fu Wenduo took Tang Mo's hand and moved it into the right position. His voice was low. "It isn't difficult to target objects 10 meters away with your strength. Your shots aren't accurate because your hands move when the bullet emerges. My gun uses a special muzzle brake to weaken the recoil. However, the bullets are a special production and are very powerful, making the rear recoil great. When you shoot, as long as there is low stability, the influence of the recoil will make it easy for the shot to go crooked. Try it one more time." Fu Wenduo looked down at Tang Mo. Tang Mo's heart beat faster, but he quickly controlled it and looked at the small tree 10 meters away. Fu Wenduo was holding his hand while he was holding the gun. Then Tang Mo gently fired. Bang! This time, the error was within 5 centimeters. Tang Mo's bullet let a small hole next to Fu Wenduo's bullet hole. Fu Wenduo said, "Okay, you should be able to catch the feeling after a few more times." He didn't loosen his grip on Tang Mo's hand as he spoke, intended to hold on through another shot. Tang Mo. It was very strange feeling. He wouldn't feel so strange if a girl was holding his hand right now. Fu Wenduo seemed straight, but Tang Mo knew that Tang Mo was gay. Tang Mo felt awkward about being held by a man, but he really had vaguely grasped the feeling with the previous shot. He secretly decided that after one more shot, he would start shooting alone. Under the guidance of Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo fired again and the error margin was still 5 centimeters. Fu Wenduo held his hand for another shot, but Tang Mo immediately said, "I will do it myself." Fu Wenduo looked at him. Tang Mo made a calm expression. "I think I have caught the feeling. Can I try it by myself?" Tang Mo quietly broke away from Fu Wenduo's hand as he said this. However, the moment he was about to break away, Fu Wenduo's eyes changed and he suddenly grasped Tang Mo's hand. Tang Mo's face showed some embarrassment, but the next second, his expression also slightly changed. He turned with Fu Wenduo to look behind him. Fu Wenduo grabbed Tang Mo's hand while the other hand was around Tang Mo's waist, turning them around 180 degrees. While turning, he quickly whispered, "Shoot." Tang Mo didn't see where he was aiming at, but he pulled the trigger the moment Fu Wenduo spoke. He shot the bullet with great confidence. There was a shot bang before the bullet slammed into a large rock in the field, causing a small round hole. Fu Wenduo kept holding Tang Mo's hand and was about to shout a second "shoot." At this time, a female voice was heard from behind the stone. "No, don't. We are harmless, we're harmless. We just heard the gunshots and came out to check." Another male voice was heard. "Don't misunderstand and shoot us. We were just passing by. We really were just passing by." Dark clouds gradually filled the horizon as the sun went down. 2 people raised their hands and emerged from the big stone. "The author has something to say." Old Fu. Holding Tang's waist, holding Tang's hand, "Wife, shoot." Tang Tang. MMP. Chapter End. Chapter 76. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The one who walked in front was a woman in a black dress. She had short hair and was wearing a thin black cotton jacket. It seemed that she was afraid Tang Mo would shoot again as she raised her hands to show she didn't have malicious intentions. Behind her was a short and thin young man. The two of them were similar as they raised their hands and walked out from the big stone they were hiding behind. In this field, subtle sounds were swallowed up by the wind. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had been concentrated on practicing with the gun while the two people were hiding very away. It wasn't strange that they didn't find the two people at first. Tang Mo glanced coldly at the two people. After he looked them up and down, he turned to Fu Wenduo. The two of them nodded as they confirmed there was no threat to this man and woman. Fu Wenduo released the hand holding Tang Mo while Tang Mo put the gun away. Then they looked at the man and woman who were far away. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo didn't speak. The two people gradually couldn't hold back and the short-haired woman said first, "That. Do you believe that we are harmless?" Bvec Fu Wenduo didn't answer. Tang Mo spoke lightly. No. There was a pause before he added, "I don't believe you." The woman's face stiffened and she looked at her companion with confusion. The man explained, "We live in a house not far away. It is a small village near Wuxi. She is my sister. My name is Wang Wenhao and she is Wang Wenwan. The two of us grew up in this village. After graduating from university, we worked in Wuxi and after the earth went online, we returned to our home to avoid trouble." Tang Mo didn't say anything and a hint of embarrassment appeared on the man's face. He looked at Tang Mo and then Fu Wenduo before saying, "We are just ordinary reserve players. The city is dangerous and there are many serious players. We didn't dare stay there. We just wanted to go back home to eat and avoid the horrible Black Tower games." The short-haired woman hurriedly said, "This is the case. We really have no hostile intentions. We haven't seen a living person for a long time so we came to check when we heard gunshots. Don't get us wrong. We are going now." The brother and sister looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo with embarrassment. They stood there with awkward expressions. The temperament of the two people wasn't like an ordinary farmer. They sounded like white-collar workers who went to university and later worked in the city. After seeing that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo didn't say anything, the brother and sister looked at each other before turning to go. Boom! A dazzling white light flashed in the sky. The next second, the deafening sound of thunder was heard above the heads of the four men. The terrible lightning struck from one end of the sky to the other, almost smashing into the ground. The Wang brother and sister were scared by the thunder. Fu Wenduo also frowned as he looked at the dark sky above him. A thick cloud of darkness pressed on the earth and the air pressure was extremely low. The wind in the farmland stopped and there was a tight feeling that indicated a heavy rain was coming. This was the first rain in spring. It was just after the new year and spring might come early this year. The young man and woman looked at the dark clouds in the sky before the man turned to look at Tang Mo. "It is about to rain. Do you want to avoid the rain? Our house is near here. Ah, you should have a car. You can take shelter from the rain in the car. But I think this rain might be a bit heavy." The young man and woman sincerely looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. They weren't too reluctant and was just talking casually. Fu Wenduo's gaze swept over the two of them. He was just about to speak when he heard Tang Mo ask calmly, "How far is it?" Fu Wenduo turned to look at Tang Mo with surprise. Wang Wenhao was stunned and replied, "It isn't too far. In the first row of farmhouses, the two-story building in the middle is our home." Tang Mo looked up at the farmhouse in the distance. It really wasn't too far. It was only 100 or 200 meters away. He said, "Then we will trouble you. The Wang brother and sister really hadn't expected these two people to go home with them to avoid the rain. They sped up to bring the guests back. They walked fast, but halfway there, big raindrops fell on the four people. After entering the house, Tang Mo's hair was all wet. Fu Wenduo raised a hand and smoothed back his hair. The Wang brother and sister gave them a chair and they sat down casually. There were plenty of supplies in the city, but the food and water was far worse than the countryside. The short-haired woman brought a bowl of vegetable soup from the kitchen and handed 2 bowls of hot rice to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The 2 men calmly put it on the table and didn't eat. Tang Mo said, "We just ate and we aren't hungry." The Wang brother and sister laughed hollowly. The 4 people sat in the large living room and faced each other. Fu Wenduo was straightforward when he received the chair. He pulled the chair to the door and sat there. The chair was against the door and the door was opened halfway. Wind and rain would occasionally blow into the house, but he didn't seem to notice it. He looked down at the ground, making it hard to know what he was thinking. Tang Mo looked at the sky outside. "It will be at least another half an hour." The young man was curious. "Do you know how to read the weather?" Tang Mo didn't deny it. The rain outside was heavy, but it was an intermittent spring rain. The thickness of the clouds meant it wouldn't stop for at least half an hour. He looked around the room. This was an ordinary 2-story rural farmhouse. Most of the people in the countryside didn't renovate their homes and the floor was entirely cement. A large mirror occupied half a wall, while on the opposite wall, there was a cabinet with a Buddha statue as well as an image of the president. The brother and sister seemed to have lived here for a long time, as every place in the house was clean. Tang Mo looked around for a while before glancing at the embarrassed young man. "What do you want to say?" The young man was stunned. "You realized?" Tang Mo didn't answer. The young man coughed and said shyly, "You aren't bad people. If you were really bad, you wouldn't have let us go. My sister and I have stayed in our home for a long time and we are the only ones in the village. We haven't touched any Black Tower game and we can live based on what we grow here." "But..." This voice was bitter. This. Tang Mo stated, "My name is Victor, he is Tang Ji." The young man nodded. He knew that Tang Mo was using a pseudonym, but he didn't care. He said, "Victor, as you know, the Black Tower stated 1.5 months ago that every player is required to attack the tower within 3 months. In that case, my sister and I will have to face a Black Tower game." Tang Mo asked, "What games have you participated in?" The short-haired woman said, "We haven't participated in any games. We don't know what happened. 4 months ago, our colleagues disappeared while we survived. We returned to our hometown and didn't play any games in the middle. Oh yes, last November, we were pulled into the tower game by the stowaway called Fu Wenduo. It is the game that all Chinese players were involved in." Fu Wenduo sat at the door and looked at the rain outside while Tang Mo quietly watched him. The young man said helplessly, "That's why the 2 of us don't have any experience playing games. We are very happy to be able to meet you this time. Mr. Victor, Mr. Tang Ji, can you tell us anything about the Black Tower games? And what about the outside world?" Tang Mo asked, "After the Earth went online, you came back here and never went out again." The young man nodded. "Yes. On November 18th, the Earth went online and the people around us disappeared. The morning of the 20th, my sister and I returned here. After that, we were pulled into a strange tower game and never saw anyone else after that. Mr. Victor, can you tell us anything about the outside world? It won't be for free. We cooked some dishes and also made steamed bread. There are ingredients outside so you can take them if you are nervous." Bang! A gust of wind blew from outside the house, causing the door to slam against the wall, and it made a loud noise. Fu Wenduo was unmoved, as if he didn't hear this terrible sound. The short-haired woman gave him a strange look and stepped forward to close the door. She asked cautiously. Mr. Tang Ji, why are you sitting here? It is raining. Fu Wenduo turned to look at her. His eyes were calm, his dark eyes staring at the short-haired woman. Wang Wenwan was nervous and gulped. Then she heard Tang Mo's calm voice, he likes the rain. The short-haired woman hurried back inside the house. The brother and sister were a bit hesitant. The young man spoke again, we really don't have any good things. Mr. Victor, if you don't want to say anything then we understand. I guess the outside world definitely isn't in a good state. Where are you going on the highway? Are you planning on going home too? Tang Mo replied, we are going to Nanjing. Nanjing, it is far away. There are many cars on the highway so it should take another day and night of driving. The three people spoke for a while. The rain outside gradually became smaller and smaller. It eventually stopped, with only a few raindrops still floating in the air. The Wang brother and sister didn't give up as they tried to find out some news from Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The rain is going to stop. You should eat something before you go. The short-haired woman quickly ran into the kitchen and brought out a bowl of hot vegetable soup. This time, Tang Mo unexpectedly held this bowl of hot soup. A hint of surprise flashed on the woman's face before she said, Mr. Victor, can you really not tell us anything about the situation outside? We only need a little bit. We really haven't seen any living person in a long time. The brother and sister looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo's hand touched the edge of the soup bowl. He lowered his head and looked at the lettuce floating in the bowl of soup. After a long time, he said, in fact, it isn't a big deal. I can tell you information that everyone knows. The Wang brother and sister looked at him with surprise. Tang Mo looked up and smiled. But before that, I want to ask you. Have you heard the name Li Wan before? The author has something to say. Old Fu. Who am I, where I am, what am I going to do? Chapter 77. You are listening at novelfull.audio. A trace of doubt appeared on the faces of the brother and sister when they heard the name Li Wan. The young man looked at Tang Mo and asked, Li Wan. I haven't heard that name before. Why? He turned to his sister. Sister, have you heard this name before? The short-haired woman also found it strange. I've never heard it. The expressions of these two people weren't pretending. They really didn't know Li Wan. Tang Mo's gaze slowly lowered and he stared at a watch on the man's wrist. Outside the window, the wind became light and the sound of the intermittent rain gradually disappeared. Fu Wenduo spoke in a low voice. The rain stopped. The young man asked, where will you go now that the rain has stopped? The rain had stopped but it was dark outside, the waning moon hung in the sky. Tang Mo didn't say anything and the short-haired woman said, it is dark outside. We can't send you away like this. Her tone was a bit rushed and she didn't hide her desire to keep them here. But she soon added in an attempt to cover up her emotions. If you want to stay in our house for one night, it isn't impossible. We don't have any extra rooms but you can sleep in the living room. Tang Mo didn't answer her as he calmly asked, where did that watch come from? The man watched him for a moment before raising his wrist and looking at the watch. He put his hand in his pocket and smiled. I bought it before. Mr. Victor, it's fine if you refuse to tell us anything about the outside. I can understand. He changed the topic but Tang Mo continued to ask, where did you buy it? The man was stunned. I bought it at a shopping mall. Tang Mo looked up. His lips were smiling but his eyes were extremely cold. How much? The Wang brother and sister closed their mouths, not saying anything. They just watched Tang Mo silently. The three people looked at each other. The next moment, the brother and sister turned and ran at a very fast speed. But Tang Mo was faster than them. He kicked off the ground and grabbed Wang Wenhao's collar. Wang Wenjuan's eyes widened when she saw it, and she took out a black gun from her pocket, firing it directly. Her posture while holding the gun wasn't ordinary. Her firing speed and aim with the gun was better than Tang Mo. She had obviously fired the gun many times. The harsh sound of gunfire rang out and Tang Mo avoided the bullet, releasing his grip on Wang Wenhao. The distance was too close, so the bullet skinned his cheek, leaving a shallow blood mark. Once the brother and sister broke away from him, they pushed off from the ground and jumped 3 steps backwards, gaining 2 meters from Tang Mo. The 3 people observed each other and quickly moved. They rushed to Tang Mo from 2 directions, one on the left and the other on the right. The brother had walked over to the table and pulled out a sharp dagger from below it. The young sister protected her brother. They didn't care about Fu Wenduo sitting at the door and concentrated on attacking Tang Mo. It was because in the blink of an eye, 3 shadows rushed from the grass outside the house. A 4th person jumped off the roof, holding a machete in his hand as he screamed at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo raised an arm to block the knife, metal sparks flying from the metal collision. The man was shocked by the sound. Inside the house, the brother and sister were tangled together with Tang Mo outside the house. Fu Wenduo and 4 men were fighting. The short-haired woman didn't have the checkmate ability to track targets, but this house was too small and the space Tang Mo could move in was limited. She just had to casually shoot and she could block Tang Mo's way. Wang Wenhao's strength was also very high. His dagger slammed into the table and the wooden table immediately split in half. Tang Mo moved sideways to avoid the dagger and then cocked his head to avoid the bullet. He rolled on the ground, took out a silver handgun and aimed at the short-haired woman. The woman was shocked and quickly rushed to the side to escape. Tang Mo fired very quickly. He narrowed his eyes and pressed the trigger. Bang! The bullet passed by the woman's side and embedded in the wall. Tang Mo once again fired and it still didn't hit. The brother and sister instantly understood. He can't shoot. The 2 of them were no longer afraid. The handgun was the only weapon Tang Mo was holding. Since Tang Mo couldn't use it well, they rushed directly to kill him. The brother aimed a fist to Tang Mo's right side while at the same time, the sister bent down and swept towards Tang Mo's left leg. The 2 people cooperated with other, causing Tang Mo to step back. Since Tang Mo didn't stand still, the sister raised her gun and fired at his eyebrows while the elder brother stabbed at Tang Mo's throat with the dagger. At this time, Tang Mo's hand moved past the dagger at a speed that was hard to detect with the naked eye and he grabbed the man's neck. He turned his head and the bullet shot into the wall behind him. The movements of the brother and sister stopped. Their foreheads were sweaty. It seemed like they had been attacking Tang Mo while Tang Mo kept evading. But from beginning to end, Tang Mo handled it with ease. After seeing that her brother was caught, the short-haired woman hesitated for a moment before turning and running. A machete started shot past her face and stabbed into the wall, blocking her path of escape. Outside, 3 bodies lay on the ground while a bloody middle-aged man was desperately crawling. Fu Wenduo stopped at the door and threw a knife. All of this happened in just 3 minutes. The short-haired woman saw what happened to her 4 companions outside, then turned to look at her brother. There was a hint of fear in her eyes and she slowly fell to her knees. These 6 people were just ordinary players and were probably even reserve players. Tang Mo used his Find a Friend ability to check Wang Wenhao's identity and he really was a reserve. Handling the 6 reserve players was a breeze for Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. In fact, the moment they met the Wang siblings, they found out that the brother and sister weren't good people. First of all, Wang Wenhao said that they came by to take a look when they heard gunshots. They hid in the country and hadn't seen a living person for a long time. According to common sense, they fled to the country to avoid danger and not clash with other players. If they suddenly heard gunshots, they should hide. It was impossible for them to come out of the house, let alone spy on the players. In addition, they didn't have calluses on their hands from farm work, not to mention the flaws they reveal. Fu Wenduo said that he encountered 3 waves of ambushes on the highway from Beijing to Shanghai. The Wang siblings were obviously such players. Tang Yamo wasn't interested in dealing with such players, nor would he righteously punish them for murdering people. Then he saw the watch that Wang Wenhao was wearing. Tang Mo's memory became very good after the Earth went online. He could clearly remember words and incidents from a few months ago. He remembered when they were at the middle school, Li Wen once proudly showed off his watch. "Are you asking about this? Take a look. This is a birthday gift from my father. It is a Rolex limited edition global watch, with only a total of 3 in China." At that time, Tang Yamo just wanted to casually look at Li Wen's watch. Yet the silly and sweet second-generation son spoke about everything, whether others wanted to listen or not. Li Wen was also far away for Tang Yamo. 4 months ago, Li Wen found out that his mother was still alive and decided to go to the country to find his mother. The two of them separated in Shanghai. Tang Yamo held Wang Wenhao's neck and asked, "Did you come from Shanghai?" Wang Wenhao didn't know Tang Mo's intentions, making him gulp and answer honestly. "No. No, we came from Nanjing. We really don't know any Li Wen. This watch was stolen from a stowaway 2 months ago." His eyes widened as he had a through. Big brother, do you think I killed your friend?" "No. I don't know where the stowaway got this watch from. I just killed him, I didn't kill your friend. We really haven't seen any Li Wen or killed him." The short-haired woman also hurriedly spoke. Tang Yamo looked at the anxious short-haired woman. The two people didn't lie. They didn't kill Li Wen. They just stole the watch from another person who probably killed Li Wen. After seeing that Tang Yamo didn't speak, the siblings felt a trace of luck in their hearts. They didn't kill this man's friend, and it was a situation that could be solved without killing. In fact, when they initially saw Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo, the siblings found that these people seemed very strong and they didn't intend to attack Tang Yamo. It was Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo who first discovered them, and then Tang Yamo decided to go to the house to shelter from the rain. The 4 people stayed in the house for half an hour. The siblings didn't attack because they realized the power of the enemies. Wang Wenhao trembled and said, "Big brother Victor, I will give you all the props that we grabbed. Please don't kill us, please." Tang Yamo asked, "Do you have many props?" The man's eyes were bright. "Yes. We have them. Everything we stole is in the corner room on the 2nd floor. There are many props and weapons. We will kill them to you, as long as you don't kill us." The man's voice abruptly stopped as he stared behind Tang Yamo. Tang Yamo turned to look. Fu Wenduo slammed a knife down onto the head of the short-haired woman. There was the crisp cracking of the skull and blood flowed from the woman's head. Tang Yamo didn't expect Fu Wenduo to suddenly act and looked at him with surprise. Once Wang Wenhao saw his sister being killed, he realized that it would be difficult for him to escape and slammed both fists towards Tang Yamo. "I'll kill you." Tang Yamo moved his head to avoid the fists and clenched his fingers. Snap! Wang Wenhao's neck was broken by Tang Yamo. Tang Yamo released his hands and walked towards Fu Wenduo. He thought for a moment before asking, "What's the matter?" Fu Wenduo casually looked back at him. "Nothing, we would have to kill then anyway." Tang Yamo was faintly aware of this and turned to look out the door. After the heavy rain, the scent of soil pervaded the air. There was farmland in front of the 2-story building. This farmland seemed to have been turned over, the soil dug and covered up again. Tang Yamo looked for a long time before saying, "Yes, they must be killed." If they didn't choose to shelter from the rain, Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo might not have seen it. There was too much killing after the Earth went online. He didn't know about Fu Wenduo, but Tang Yamo couldn't care too much about it. As long as they weren't crazy like the murderous stowaways organization, he wouldn't take action. Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo took care of the 6 players and determined there were no other people hiding in the house. They started looking for the props that the 6 players had stolen. There were many props stored in a corner world on the 2nd floor. Most of them were weapons, with things ranging from daggers to guns. But there were no small parasols and big matches. Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo didn't take these weapons. Tang Yamo saw a small wooden horse and picked it up. He gently tapped it 3 times and small lines of text appeared on the body. Prop. Trojan horse, owner. Lu Feng crossed out, Wang Wenhao crossed out, Tang Yamo, quality. Excellent, level 1, function. A Trojan horse with a magical stealth effect. Once things are hidden in the belly of the Trojan horse, the Trojan will open the stealth effect. People other than the user and the recipient can't see the Trojan. Limit. The stealth effect lasts 1 hour and the Trojan moves at a speed of 5 km per hour. It can only be used once every 3 days. Note. Love letters hidden in the Trojan horse will never be discovered. The Trojan horse was a bit interesting. Tang Yamo took it and several other weapon props. It was dark when the 2 of them returned to the car. After looking around, they determined that nothing in the car had been touched. There were no enemies around, so the 2 of them rested in the car. Tang Yamo lay in the back seat of the car and observed the little wooden horse. This horse was too small. It was hollow, but the size was only as big as person's palm. Only something small or a love letter mentioned in the note could fit in it. This thing seemed useless and Wang Wenhao and the others didn't pay attention to it. But if used in the right place, it might have the effect of reversing a situation. Fu Wenduo asked, "Who is Li Wen?" Tang Yamo became stunned while he was observing the horse. Then he replied, "He is a friend I know. I encountered him when I moved from Suzhou to Shanghai. We spent some time together. His family was still alive and he wanted to go find them, so we parted ways." Fu Wenduo gave a light hum and didn't ask anything else. Tang Yamo stuffed the horse into his backpack and looked up at the ceiling with an unknown feeling. Li Wen should be dead. Tang Yamo hadn't known Li Wen for a long time, so there was no pain in his heart. However, he felt a bit strange. That's why after seeing Li Wen's watch, Tang Yamo decided to go to the home of the Wang siblings to shelter from the rain. Tang Yamo thought for a moment before closing his eyes and leaving the matter behind him. The 2 men rested for the night and continued their journey in the morning. The ground was washed clean after the heavy rain. The 2 of them drove for half a kilometer before finding more than 10 cars blocking the road. Tang Yamo got off and pushed the cars stuck on the road. He wondered, did those 6 players rely on this method to stop other players and then kill them? Fu Wenduo replied, "It should be. The cars were clearly pushed here to block the road, not because of a car accident." He pointed to a used jeep and small car. Wang Wenhao was a reserve player. He was fast and strong, his physical ability not worse than some official players. However, he didn't have an ability. If they wanted to rob people, they must stop the people first. Therefore, they blocked the road and forced people to get off. Tang Yamo said, their strength wasn't high enough. By blocking the road and forcing others to clean up the barricade, they have an opportunity to observe the enemy's strength. If the players are weak, they will directly rob and kill them. If the players are powerful, they won't act. It was like how the Wang siblings saw Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo yesterday and didn't dare do anything. Fu Wenduo suddenly asked, "Did you fire 2 shots yesterday?" Tang Yamo suddenly froze. He turned to look at the man beside him. Fu Wenduo pushed a van out of the way at a high speed. He found that Tang Yamo was looking at him and turned his head with a slight smile. "I didn't hear wrong. It was 2 gunshots. Then. No one was hit. Tang Mo. Tang Mo continued to push the cars with an expressionless face while Fu Wenduo smiled and no longer spoke. On the 3rd night after leaving Shanghai, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo drove to the junction of Zhenjiang and Nanjing. They decided to stop for the night and go to Nanjing in the morning. Fu Wenduo's gun had a total of 8 bullets. Tang Mo fired 7 rounds, so there was only 1 bullet left. Fu Wenduo stated, "My bullets are specially made and their power is relatively high. After they hit the body, they will explode, similar to bombs. I have many bullets at home. I can take you there after we arrive in Beijing. But I currently don't have any bullets on me. You can try other bullets for the time being." Tang Mo nodded. Tang Mo had found many guns and bullets in the house of the Wang siblings. He only took some bullets and not the guns. He put the bullets in his backpack, ready for use at an important time. Tang Mo put ordinary bullets into the gun and walked to the side of the road. He aimed at an old tree and pulled the trigger. Bang! Tang Mo practiced for a full hour and fired more than 30 bullets, with 14 shots hitting the target. Every time he shot a bullet, he would recall his shortcomings and make adjustments for next time. He practiced shooting while Fu Wenduo watched from the side. Once the sky turned completely dark, Tang Mo returned to the car. It was strange to stay in the same car as Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo had few friends since childhood. There were only the 4 people in his dormitory during university. 1 freshman moved out, leaving him and his 2 friends. He got along with his university friends and those he played games with. For example, Tang Mo had a friend he played bridge with. But it was awkward to discuss to Fu Wenduo about the topics he talked about with his university friends. Tang Mo finally didn't speak. Perhaps he was too tired because he soon fell asleep after closing his eyes. He slept very lightly, a faint breathing sound filling the car. Fu Wenduo heard Tang Mo go to sleep and sat in the driver's seat, calmly looking up at the sky. Without the light of the city, many stars could be seen in the night sky. Fu Wenduo watched for a moment before opening the door with a light motion. Tang Mo woke up the moment he opened the door. He opened his eyes and looked out of the window, seeing a strong and tall figure walking to the front of the car and leaning against it. Fu Wenduo took out a cigarette from his pocket, clicked the lighter and lit up the cigarette. He took outside the car, looking up at the starry sky while smoking. Tang Mo looked at his back from inside the car. There was a little red flame burning in the darkness while Fu Wenduo's figure seemed to melt into it. After watching for a while, Tang Mo turned his head and closed his eyes to continue sleeping. Early the next moment, the 2 people drove on the road again. Fu Wenduo supported his chin with one hand and drove with the other hand. They had to find the right road, so Tang Mo looked carefully at the map and pointed the way from time to time. The 2 men peacefully entered the Nanjing boundary. At the same time, a red Beetle sedan left Shanghai and drove on the Shanghai-Chengdu Expressway. In the passenger seat, a handsome young man complained. "Why didn't you choose a better car? This car is so girly." The young woman with short hair in the driver's seat sneered. "It is good to find a car that can be driven. Don't talk so much nonsense or you will have to drive." Lu Xing was stunned and sat silently, not daring to speak. After a long time, he couldn't help saying, "I want to drive, I will definitely drive." And Chu laughed. Who was it who took the driver's test 4 times and is still unsure about the brake and the accelerator? Who came crying to me at the driving school because the teacher didn't let him pass? Hey, do you remember who it was? Lu Xing. Lu Xing didn't dare speak again. He had a hunch that if he said one more thing, this young woman who he grew up with could slam him into the center of the earth. Some time passed before he asked, "Ah yes, is Brother Xiao that powerful in Nanjing?" "It should be my brother. He has been working in Nanjing. And it is very rare for people to have his name." My brother is the type of person who should be alive. He is a curse, the scourge of 1,000 years. And Chu spoke with disgust, but there was a bit of excitement in her face. After all, this was her brother. It was best that he was alive. She declared with certainty, he must be alive. It is him. Lu Xing glanced at her and agreed. Yes, it must be Brother Xiao. Hundreds of kilometers away, there was the landmark of sycamore trees on both sides of the road. Tang Mo looked at the signs on the map and the surrounding buildings. We are here. They had officially arrived at the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. The author has something to say. Old Fu. Ha ha ha, I heard 2 gunshots and none of them hit. Ha ha ha. Tang Tang, you deserve for your mother to be single. Chapter 78. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Once spring came, there was a large amount of spring rain in the Jiangnan area before the weather gradually warmed up. Tang Mo rolled down the window and looked at the signs on both sides of the road. His gaze rested on the signs of each building and he finally knew where he was. Turn left at the intersection ahead. Fu Wenduo turned the steering wheel to the left and they continued to drive west. After finding clear road signs, Tang Mo didn't need to use buildings to find his location on the map. He had grown up in Suzhou and was a man of the Jiangsu province, but he had never been to Nanjing. He wasn't a road idiot, but he didn't dare be careless in this strange city, always staring at maps and road signs. Fu Wenduo drove very slowly because he had only been to Nanjing once. The black off-road vehicle drove slowly on the spacious road. There were some cars blocking the road, but they bypassed the cars and entered the bustling city. The buildings on both sides of the road became denser and there were more and more people on the roadside. Tang Mo gradually put down the map and looked out the window, watching those walking on the side of the road. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After entering the city, their speed of advancement was slower than when they were on the highway. Fu Wenduo saw Tang Mo's movements in his peripheral view and said, "There is something wrong." His tone was quite certain. Tang Mo looked back at Fu Wenduo. He pondered for a moment before saying, "I can't say that there is something wrong with the city, just. It is a bit strange. I didn't see so many people in Shanghai." Tang Mo paused and looked ahead, where 3 middle-aged men carrying large bags emerged from a building. At night, no one was ever on the streets of Shanghai. 6 in the evening isn't game time. There is no need to be afraid of suddenly being pulled into the game, but there are players who will rob and kill others. The danger at night comes from the human race, so people never go out at night. Needless to say, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo also chose to recharge their batteries in the evening and wait for daytime to act again. Fu Wenduo said, "There weren't this many people in Beijing during the day." Yes, Shanghai is the same. Everyone hides in buildings at night and there aren't many people on the street during the day. The Nanjing players. They seem more daring and have the courage to go out casually. Their expressions don't look like they are faking. They really aren't worried about being attacked by stowaways or other players. Tang Mo pointed to the 3 middle-aged men. The car passed the 3 men. Then Tang Mo said, "They are reserve players." Fu Wenduo raised his eyes and looked at the 3 people in the rearview mirror. His gaze wasn't the same as Tang Mo. He looked at the postures of the 3 people walking, their speed, their back muscles and their waist muscles. After watching for a while, he said, "They haven't experienced many battles and their physical improvement isn't very high. They should be reserve players." Tang Mo agreed. Among the official players, reserve players and stowaways, the largest number of people are reserve players. Luo Fengcheng once calculated that the proportion of survivors is 5% official players, 5% stowaways and 90% reserve players. Out of the more than 80 players living in the mall where attack is based, only one of the 80 players are official players and one is suspected to be a stowaway. The rest are reserve players. Tang Mo continued, 4 months ago, there was a total of 490 million players in the world. At the beginning of this year, the Black Tower updated to version 2.0 on January 1st and there were more than 100 million players worldwide. 2 months have passed and it is estimated that there are less than 100 million players left. Most of the dead should be reserve players but the reserve still occupies the majority. Their base is too big. Fu Wenduo was passing by a car when he suddenly slammed on the brakes. Tang Mo's body shot forward but he fortunately had the habit of wearing a seatbelt and he didn't shoot out of the car. Tang Mo looked up and saw that two young girls had come out from out of nowhere. They obviously hadn't expected people to be driving in downtown Nanjing and were shocked. The two high school girls looked warily at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Then a ponytail girl grabbed his friend's hand and quickly ran away. Tang Mo watched the two girls run away while Fu Wenduo started the car again. Fu Wenduo's fingers tapped on the steering wheel. They dare to walk outside casually and aren't wary. Tang Mo were deeply immersed in contemplation after hearing this. His mind replayed every scene he had seen since entering the city. In fact, they hadn't encountered many players. They added up to only 30 people. However, it was impossible to see this number of people in Shanghai. He could walk for 3 people on the most prosperous Nanjing road during the day and couldn't even meet 20 people. Tang Mo thought for a long time before coming to a conclusion. Nanjing's reserve players are protected by something. Fu Wenduo raised an eyebrow and looked at Tang Mo in the mirror. Tang Mo's expression was calm and he seemed to be speaking casually, but Fu Wenduo could tell by the tone that his speculation wasn't so simple. Are you that certain? Tang Mo smiled and leaned back in his seat. No, I just have a feeling. Chen Shanshan's super-intellectual thinking was contained in Tang Mo's body. Every time he made a judgment, he had a 10% accuracy rate. Tang Mo didn't mention this. After all, it was just his feeling and he couldn't guarantee certainty. He explained, most of the people we have seen on the streets should be reserves. The reserve players are walking so easily on the streets and aren't afraid of two strangers driving past who are obviously from the outside. It means they are relying on something. There must be something or someone who is giving them security, allowing them to be so relaxed. Tang Mo himself felt it was a bit far-fetched. It was just a guess that the 30 or so players that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo met were reserve players. Right now, they had just entered Nanjing and it was only a guess that something here was protecting the reserves. There still wasn't enough evidence and more information was needed to prove it. At this time, Fu Wenduo said in a low voice, I think so as well. Tang Mo was stunned and turned to look at the man beside him. Fu Wenduo drove the car with one hand and looked at the road signs in the distance. Both official players and stowaways must have an ability, while it is possible for reserve players to have abilities. The reserve players who clear the Black Tower's first floor will definitely have an ability. If there is a reserve force that is very strong and dominates Nanjing, they can protect other reserves. Even if they didn't do this, other reserve players could take it as an example and would no longer be afraid to walk in the city. Fu Wenduo suddenly stopped speaking as he reached out and touched Tang Mo, what about the map? Tang Mo was listening to him and suddenly felt something hot on his legs. His eyes flickered and he looked down. Fu Wenduo continued to drive while his right hand stayed on Tang Mo's thigh, the fingertips touching the map that was placed on the legs. The hot temperature passed through the jeans, too close to a certain place. Fu Wenduo touched him so carelessly that Tang Mo felt awkward. Tang Mo moved his legs back, licked his lips and handed the map to Fu Wenduo. He asked, did you want the map? Fu Wenduo looked at the detailed map of Nanjing on the map. He looked at the road sign above him and made a 180 degrees turn at the next intersection. Tang Mo frowned and asked, what is it? Fu Wenduo put aside the map and turned to look at Tang Mo. His lips twitched slightly and he pointed to a huge company logo next to him. Tang Yamo followed the direction of the finger and was surprised when he saw the logo. Fu Wenduo laughed and said, "It is here." They parked at the door of the company before entering the long-abandoned high-rise building. This was a 43-story office building. In front of the building was a dry fountain. Without the electricity to maintain it, the water inside had become cloudy and green. There was no one in the company. Fu Wenduo opened the small book on the front desk and looked inside for the company information. He looked for a moment before stating, "It is on the 42nd floor." Tang Yamo nodded. The next moment, he suddenly realized. Do we have to go up the stairs? Fu Wenduo stared at him with no expression. Do you want to take the elevator up? Tang Yamo. Fortunately, his physical fitness had a huge upgrade after the Earth went online. By the time Tang Yamo climbed to the 42nd floor, he only had a little shortness of breath and his calves were a bit tight. He never could have climbed such a tall building before. Fu Wenduo muttered, "Fu Wensheng." He seemed to think it was too similar to his name and changed it. My cousin's grandfather started in Nanjing from scratch, with his one son and one daughter. I don't know where their family lives but I know their company. We will look in my uncle's office and maybe find his home address. On the way to Nanjing, Fu Wenduo became aware of a crucial issue. He didn't know the address of Fu Wensheng's home. According to his previous speculation, Fu Wensheng came to Nanjing during the holidays. It might have just been for the weekend but the Earth unexpected went online, forcing him to stay here. If this was the case, Fu Wensheng was likely to be in his grandfather's home. Before leaving home, Li Wen's mother had the idea to leave a note to her son, telling him she was still alive and where to find her. Fu Wensheng was very clever so he should also think of this. Combined with his cousin's fame that had spread all over the world, Fu Wensheng should have left a message at home in case Fu Wenduo came to find him. Tang Yamo said, "Perhaps there will be good luck. The child might guess that you don't know where his grandfather's home is and will leave information at the company." Fu Wenduo opened a drawer, looked at the data and said casually, "He might not want to see me." Tang Yamo was stunned. "Why?" Fu Wenduo closed the drawers. Then he looked up and smiled at Tang Yamo, "I was ignorant when I was younger and bullied him." Tang Yamo. Tang Yamo couldn't imagine Fu Wenduo bullying Fu Wensheng. The longer he spent with Fu Wenduo, the more Tang Yamo felt that this person was twisted. Unlike his purely strong and reliable appearance, Fu Wenduo wasn't always reliable and he would make some strange jokes. He gave a performance of a strong male, making Tang Yamo feel like a girlfriend showing cosmetics to her boyfriend. In the past, there were many videos on the internet and Tang Mo's university roommates also suffered several times because of their girlfriends. When the girlfriend showed her boyfriend the cosmetics, the boyfriend's performance would be too bad. Tang Yamo felt that Fu Wenduo had such a temperament and was very good at killing a topic. As he thought about this, Tang Yamo searched through a folder and said, "How do you get along with girls? How could girls endure him?" However, Tang Yamo reacted to his words before Fu Wenduo. He stopped his actions and turned, "I didn't mean anything by it. I was just speaking casually. Why should I get along with girls?" Fu Wenduo righteously asked as he stood at the window. Tang Yamo didn't expect this to be the answer and was stunned. Wait, what did that mean? The only people in my generation are me and Fu Wensheng. My father's generation also has no women, they are all men. I haven't needed to get along with girls since I was a child. After entering the army, there were no women. It turned out to be this, not the meaning that Tang Yamo thought. He thought that Fu Wenduo was saying that he didn't need to get along with females. Tang Yamo sighed with relief and explained, "I didn't mean that." In order to end this strange topic, Tang Yamo picked up a thick binder and opened it to view the data. As his mood gradually calmed down, Tang Yamo felt that he was a bit strange today. He had been with Fu Wenduo for a long time and was infected by his strange air. The two of them continued to look for clues. Unfortunately, they turned the entire office over and didn't find any information about the address. Fu Wenduo said, "If there is nothing on this floor, the other floors probably won't have anything. I'll look in the deputy general manager's office outside." Tang Yamo stated, "I will go to the secretary's office." The two men split up. 1 hour later, Tang Yamo moved quickly and returned first after searching the secretary's office. He waited for a while before Fu Wenduo came back. The two people looked at each other and didn't need to speak. They already understood the other person's meaning. After remaining silent for a while, Tang Yamo asked, "What do we do if we can't find it?" "Let's search for a few more days." Fu Wenduo's voice was calm. "If we can't find him, we will go to Beijing." Tang Yamo didn't refuse. It couldn't be helped if they couldn't find Fu Wensheng. Nanjing was too big. Even if the population was reduced after the Earth went online, there was no guarantee they could find a single person in the vast Nanjing. Not to mention they didn't know if Fu Wensheng was still in Nanjing. Tang Yamo couldn't spend all his time in this place since he wanted to go to Beijing to find his friend. Fu Wenduo said this, but he continued to rummage through the office quietly. He overturned the trash bin and carefully searched for clues. However, the trash bin was just a pile of waste paper without any information. Tang Yamo looked at him before also continuing to search. The two men turned over the office again, and by the time they finished, the sky was completely dark. Tang Yamo proposed, "Nanjing shouldn't have many rich residential areas. Tomorrow we can go to those places to search." Fu Wenduo stood at the huge mahogany table, staring at a photo on the table. Tang Yamo glanced at the photo and saw it was Fu Wensheng's family portrait. Fu Wensheng looked different from the child Tang Yamo saw. He was only 8 or 9 years old and the cute little boy showed a bright smile. The man and woman standing next to him were probably his parents. An old man with white hair was in the middle of the photo while a middle-aged man with a warm smile was to the right. Tang Yamo thought that Fu Wenduo was touched by the scene. After all, it was his family. It wasn't incomprehensible for Fu Wenduo to be touched. Tang Yamo asked, "That is his grandfather? And his uncle?" Fu Wenduo was silent. Tang Yamo wasn't good at comforting people, so he didn't talk again. At this time, Fu Wenduo suddenly reached out and placed the photo in front of Tang Yamo, pointing to a skyscraper in the background of the photo. "Have you seen this place?" Tang Yamo was stunned. Since the sky was dark, he took out a flashlight and carefully examined the photo. Then he became surprised. "It is a bit familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere." Tang Yamo had never been to Nanjing. The only way he could recognize this building in the photo was. A light flashed in Tang Mo's head. The map book. He quickly took out the map book from his bag and opened it to the map of Nanjing. He turned one more page and cried out, "New Century Plaza." This is one of Nanjing's landmark buildings and there is an introduction on the map. He quickly reacted. "This photo was taken at the door of your cousin's house. There is a villa and New Century Plaza behind it. Then the house is near New Century Plaza or is in a place where you can see New Century Plaza." He hadn't expected to get a clue from a photo. Tang Yamo understood that Fu Wenduo wasn't feeling touched when he looked at this photo. He wasn't looking at Fu Wensheng but the background of the photo. With this clue, today's work wasn't in vain. It was dark outside and the two people had been searching the company for the whole afternoon. Now they could finally rest. Fu Wensheng's uncle's office was very big. Tang Yamo lay on the soft and looked at the black ceiling, recalling everything he saw today in Nanjing. The atmosphere in Nanjing was better than Shanghai. Reserve players dared walk the streets despite the horror environment of the Black Tower. This showed that the city had a certain order. It might not necessarily be a government agency or an organization, but there was definitely an order. Tang Yimou thought about the Wang brother and sister that he met on the way to Nanjing. The Wang siblings were reserves and Nanjing's reserves were unique. What is the connection between the two? Which two? Tang Yimou paused a moment before replying, it is nothing. I was just thinking about some strange things. It is best not to drive when we go to search tomorrow. New Century Plaza isn't far from here and the car is a relatively large and conspicuous target. Yes, walking on foot is good. Fu Wenduo was resting on the couch next to him. He and Tang Yimou were separated by a small coffee table. The two people's breathing was smooth and orderly, sometimes almost fusing together. In fact, this office had a bed but it was a single bed. It wasn't suitable for two people to sleep in. Tang Yimou wasn't interested in being the only one sleeping on a bed and Fu Wenduo didn't mention this matter. To make it fair, the both of them rested on the sofas. It was just like the 3 days in the car. Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo didn't speak to each other when resting. They had a very tacit understanding when playing games. Even when they weren't playing games, they could understand each other's meaning with one look. However, they didn't know each other and had no idea what to talk about. Tang Yimou was quietly looking at the ceiling when he suddenly opened his mouth. How old is your cousin this year? He is 12 and in the 6th grade. This was similar to what Tang Yimou guessed, but he was more curious about something else. Isn't he much younger than you? How did he bully a person when he was so much older? Fu Wenduo recognized the meaning of Tang Mo's words. His lips curved in the darkness as he explained, he is 14 years younger than me. I enlisted at the age of 18 and he was 4 years old. That is enough time. You enlisted at the age of 18. Tang Yimou remembered that when he was 18, he was in his 3rd year of high school and preparing for the university examinations. At that time, his parents were still alive and he was like an ordinary person preparing for university. Fu Wenduo's low voice was very pleasant in the darkness. It was quite late. I officially enlisted when my father died. Tang Yimou was silent. Fu Wenduo didn't say anything else. Neither of them liked to talk about private affairs. Tang Yimou didn't talk about his past with Fu Wenduo and similarly, Fu Wenduo's story was only known from Luo Fengqing's mouth. Therefore, Tang Yimou knew a bit about Fu Wenduo's past but Fu Wenduo didn't know anything about Tang Yimou. He had slept a few days ago so he couldn't sleep now. After 10 minutes, Tang Yimou stood up and walked to the window, looking at the black tower suspended over Qinhuai River. The black tower was the same as the ones above Shanghai and Suzhou. It weighed heavily on the earth and pressed on top of everyone's heads. Tang Yimou heard Fu Wenduo's steady breathing but he knew that this person wasn't sleeping. Tang Yimou thought for a moment before saying, I used to be a librarian at Suzhou's city library. Our city library was next to the city center, near a famous commercial street called Guanqian Street. It is similar to Nanjing Road in Shanghai. The breathing sound stopped and there wasn't a response for a long time. Tang Yimou didn't care as he looked at the black tower. After a long time, the low male voice was heard behind him, the tone a bit strange. You were a librarian. Tang Yimou smiled. Yes, the career preparation was also hard. The exam wasn't easy and I had to graduate with 211 points. After the test, my life became like this. I didn't expect that after only half a year, the black tower would appear. One black tower appears every 10,000 square kilometers and there are 1,021 black towers in China. It appears in the most bustling location in every city. The black tower in Suzhou was just next to my library. It was around 200 meters away. Fu Wenduo was silent, as if he was thinking about something. Beijing's Black Tower is suspended about Tiananmen Square. Shanghai's Black Tower is above Huangpu River. It is almost always in the most prosperous place. In the half a year, I used to pass by the Black Tower every time I took the bus to work. The Black Tower was a phantom, but before the Earth went online, I saw one thing. I've told this to Luo Fengqing, but the night before the Earth went online, I saw that the Black Tower seemed to become solid for a moment. I thought I was mistaken. Fu Wenduo said, maybe you didn't see wrong. It didn't make sense that Tang Yamo was mistaken. The Earth went online and there were only tens of millions of people left in the world. Tang Yamo stared at the distant Black Tower before returning to the soft to rest. He just turned around when he saw that Fu Wenduo had sat up at an unknown time. His back was straight and he was staring at Tang Yamo from the soft. The dim moonlight and starlight entered the office behind Tang Yamo, causing him to slightly shine. Fu Wenduo's face was hidden in the darkness and it wasn't clear. Only his eyes could be seen gazing at Tang Mo's body. Tang Mo's footsteps stopped as he stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, looking back at Fu Wenduo. The two people watched each other for a while before Tang Yamo smiled and asked, "What is it?" Fu Wenduo shook his head. "Nothing. I just didn't expect you to be a librarian. Are you looking down on librarians?" Fu Wenduo looked up at Tang Yamo. Tang Mo's lips curved as he spoke in a calm tone. "Do you know who the greatest librarian in China is?" Fu Wenduo thought for a long time. Just as Tang Yamo was about to say the answer, Fu Wenduo raised an eyebrow and asked, "The chairman?" Both of them laughed at the words. Tang Yamo felt that his joke was much more interesting than Fu Wenduo. There was a basis and it wasn't cold at all. After a pleasant night of conversation, Tang Yamo thought the relationship between the two people seemed to have become closer and was no longer a cold teammates relationship. In order to be a great team, a tacit understanding wasn't the only thing required. The intimacy of the relationship could also increase future cooperation between the two people. Early the next morning, Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo took their things and the photo before leaving the company. It was approximately 3 kilometers from here to New Century Plaza. Tang Yamo speculated, based on the perspective of the photo, it was taken to the south of New Century Plaza. We are currently to the north, so the search might take a while. Nanjing was a city with many players on the road. Fu Wenduo and Tang Yamo weren't conspicuous as they walked while carrying bags. Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo walked extremely quickly under the dense sycamore trees and arrived at New Century Plaza in 15 minutes. Tang Yamo looked at the map while Fu Wenduo looked at the photo. The two of them circled New Century Plaza before finding the most similar angle. Fu Wenduo said, "New Century Plaza is around 8 centimeters high in this photo while the villa behind them is 6 centimeters. It is a long way from New Century Plaza. It should be fairly easy to find if we look for a villa area, but it will probably be a long walk." Without further ado, the two people picked a direction and set off to look for Fu Wenqing's home. There were many players like Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo in Nanjing and no one noticed them. Fu Wenduo subconsciously took the outside of the road while Tang Yamo walked on the inside. The leaves of the sycamore trees were scattered on the ground, forming a thick leaf carpet that made noise every time they stepped on it. They had just arrived at an abandoned shopping mall when Tang Mo's footsteps gradually slowed and Fu Wenduo's eyes narrowed at the empty shopping mall. It was a 3-story shopping mall covering a large area. It was only a bit smaller than the one that Attack occupied in Shanghai. Tang Yamo carefully observed the mall and didn't find any abnormalities. They continued to move forward. Next to the mall was a Sugwa supermarket. It was a very large supermarket and due to its size, it was separated from the mall. Tang Yamo stepped towards the supermarket door when he suddenly stopped and looked at Fu Wenduo. "How long has it been since we've seen anyone?" Fu Wenduo replied, 19 minutes ago, we met a man and woman at the intersection." Tang Mo's expression changed. "We will walk around." Fu Wenduo also guessed there was something strange and he turned to leave. However, they only took 2 steps when there was a crisp sound. Tang Yamo lifted his feet and looked at the place where he had just stepped. There were many tiny white fragments on the stone road. Looking closer, it seemed to be the fragments of a crushed egg. Once Tang Yamo stepped on it, the egg shell fragments became smaller and more difficult to find. Tang Mo's heart already knew there was something wrong. He looked at Fu Wenduo and Fu Wenduo looked back at him. Before they could speak, a cooing sound was heard from behind them. "Coo coo, my child, where did my child go?" Tang Yamo turned and saw a huge white figure flying from the supermarket straight towards him. He wasn't careless and took out the small parasol from his backpack, reading the spell to block this terrible white thing. The big white turkey slammed into the small parasol, making a deafening sound. Tang Yamo was forced back half a step from the impact, his force showing a hint of shock as he looked at the turkey. The thing that really shocked him wasn't the turkey's sudden emergence but... Tang Yamo turned to Fu Wenduo and quickly said, "I can't use my ability and my physical fitness has decreased." Fu Wenduo was startled and tried it. "I can still use mine." The white turkey wasn't angry after being blocked by Tang Yamo. She moved to the side of the egg shell that Tang Yamo had just stepped on. Tang Mo's heart stopped. Was the egg shell that he just stepped on the child of this turkey? But the shell was already broken before he stepped on it and there was no chick inside. In addition, it was an ordinary egg, not a turkey egg. However, no matter what, the Black Tower decided that this egg had been crushed by Tang Yamo. Tang Yamo guessed, this is probably a reality instance. "I crushed the turkey's egg, crushing her child. I can't use my ability now but you can." Fu Wenduo grabbed his wrist, his eyes staring dangerously at the big turkey looking down at the ground for her broken eggshell. The big turkey poked her sharp mouth at an eggshell and tried to smell it. She seemed to be feeling the breath of her dead child, as if she could bring the child back. Tang Yamo watched her movements and held the small parasol, prepared to fight. The turkey raised her head, the small black eyes starting at Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo looked coldly at it, ready to start. It didn't react to Fu Wenduo, so it didn't seem to be the big turkey beaten to death by Fu Wenduo. One chicken and two people watched each other. The next money, the big turkey suddenly fluttered her wings and flew to Tang Yamo. "Coo, my child." Fu Wenduo took a step and his right hand became a dark weapon in the blink of an eye. Tang Yamo closed the small parasol and stabbed the tip towards the turkey's chest. Fu Wenduo was faster than him and appeared in front of the big turkey. His hand was 10 centimeters from the big turkey's neck when there was a banging sound and an invisible barrier appeared in the air, blocking Fu Wenduo and preventing him from touching the big turkey. Fu Wenduo stepped back in surprise. Tang Yamo was more vigilantly. He moved sideways to escape the turkey's attack and moved to the rear at the same time. He was just about to stab the big turkey when the barrier reappeared and a crisp child's voice was heard in Tang Mo's ears. "Ding dong. Player Tang Yamo has triggered the crazy matricide effect and will receive the punishment of a lightning bolt." A silver lightning fell from the blue sky and mercilessly smashed into Tang Yamo. Tang Yamo reacted too late and could only subconsciously raise the small parasol above his head. The lightning fell on the small parasol and moved downwards. The intense current moved through Tang Mo's body, causing him to stiffen. He swallowed the blood in his mouth. The turkey took the opportunity to pick up Tang Yamo and hug him against her chest. "Oh my child, you finally came out of the shell. Mommy missed you." Tang Yamo was struck by the lightning and had no strength to pull himself free from the big turkey's embrace. He could only remain emotionless as he was held tightly. The big turkey held Tang Yamo like he was a chick, bringing him into the supermarket. "Coo, my lovely child, your brothers and sisters have been waiting for you for a long time. Of the 7 siblings, you and your brother are the laziest. Now you have finally come out." Tang Yamo had already recovered. He propped his hands on the ground and used force to break away from the turkey. The big turkey twisted her body and looked at him with a confused expression. "My child. Tang Yamo looked at her deeply. After a few seconds, he accepted reality and determined that he had been pulled into a strange reality instance. He hadn't crushed the turkey's child just now because he was the turkey's child. He crushed the egg and became the young turkey from the broken egg. He couldn't use his abilities and he couldn't even hit the big turkey or he would be hit by the lightning. Tang Yamo took a deep breath and declared. Let's go. I will walk by myself. The turkey twisted her buttocks and cooed happily, leading the way for Tang Yamo. Suddenly, a sharp breaking sound was heard behind Tang Yamo. Tang Mo's body stiffened and he quickly turned his head. He saw a tall and handsome man looking at Tang Yamo with a smile. He raised his foot from the broken egg shell and looked at the big turkey. Do I now count as your child? The turkey froze for a second before passionately rushing at Fu Wenduo. Ku, my child. Ding dong. Players Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo have triggered the branch mission. Small turkey emerges from the egg and officially entered the reality instance. A gold or silver nest isn't as good as your own nest. Please follow the enthusiastic turkey to enter your nest and formally start the game. The author has something to say. Tang that I was really moved by Old Fu. Old Fu, you shouldn't have a solitary life. Old Fu. Guess why I took the initiative to enter the game, smile. Chapter 79. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The fat and big turkey happily led her two chicks into the supermarket. Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo followed behind the big turkey. They were very cooperative and moved forward with their own initiative. Tang Yamo quietly looked at Fu Wenduo and couldn't help asking, why? Fu Wenduo's hands were in his pocket. When he heard this, he turned to look at Tang Yamo. He understood Tang Mo's meaning and thought for a moment before answering. It just said that it had 7 children. You are the 6th and one hasn't broken out of the shell yet. This is a 7-player game. Apart from you, there are already 5 players waiting in the supermarket. In any case, you need a 7th companion. It was just like the Iron Shoemaker game the 2 people had participated in. In the reality instance of the Iron Shoemaker, the players were divided into 2 groups. One group needed to participate in the Happy QA to get clues about the shoe polish while the other group had to find the shoe polish. The former could be carried out by only 1 player, so 1 player was the minimum number needed. The shoe polish was the fusion of the player's blood, so the latter team needed at least 2 players to carry out the game. The big turkey's instance was similar. There must be 7 players before the game could start. However, Fu Wenduo hadn't triggered the branch mission and didn't need to take the initiative to enter the game. Why did he come in? Tang Yamo asked this question and the answer made him feel a little touched and for him to question himself. If Fu Wenduo was drawn into the big turkey game, Tang Yamo had a 50% chance of not following him. They were teammates, but an unknown Black Tower game was too dangerous. Tang Yamo couldn't easily enter. But after thinking for a long time, he might enter. After all, he had the king's gold coin. If it wasn't possible, he had a way to abstain from the game. However, Fu Wenduo didn't have any such life. Saving means. Tang Yamo gazed at Fu Wenduo and the latter was also watching him. A moment later, Tang Yamo laughed. Come on. Basically jiao equals a cheer in Chinese. Fu Wenduo showed a hint of surprise because he hadn't expected Tang Yamo to say these 2 words. Then he said, good. Once they entered the supermarket, the big turkey swayed through a row of checkout counters and entered the interior of the supermarket. The supermarket was too big. There were at least 100 checkout counters and the end couldn't be seen. Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo followed behind the big turkey. After entering the game, both of them could no longer use their abilities but they could use their props. Tang Yamo held the small parasol and watched the big turkey in front of him in a vigilant manner. The big turkey walking in front happily swung her wings. My lovely children, we can finally go home. Two people and one chicken walked through the frozen food area and walked into the meats area deep in the supermarket. Tang Mo's footsteps slowed slightly. His nose moved and he suddenly turned to look at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo's eyebrows also furrowed as he carefully sniffed the air. The two of them smelt the strange smell at almost the same time. The two of them were silent. They walked for a few minutes before the dead bodies and blood on the ground came into view. Tang Mo's throat was filled with a sour taste and he felt a strong desire to vomit. Fu Wenduo's situation was much better than him because he had probably seen many corpses on the battlefield. Horror flashed on his face for a moment before his calm was restored. In front of the two men, the passionate white turkey seemed to have seen nothing. She just kept stepping forward. The turkey's big feet crushed an eyeball, causing blood to splash all over the turkey and on the ground. After the earth went online, Tang Mo had seen many bodies and even saw scenes of monsters eating people. However, he had never seen such a bloody scene. The meats area of the supermarket was full of blood. The bright red color on the ceiling, on the freezer and on the ground was extremely eye-catching. In the middle of the pool of blood, there were many pieces of meat. They seemed to be torn apart by something and were torn into countless small pieces. There were loud sounds as the big turkey stepped on it. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo stood in the meats area for a long time without going forward. The big turkey twisted her body and cocked her head. "Ku, children." Tang Mo took a deep breath before stepping on the blood, keeping up with the pace of the big turkey. Tang Mo's grip on the small parasol tightened. In front of him, the big turkey passed by a large freezer where a broken arm hung. She smiled, pulled down the arm and chewed on it. The big turkey chewed on the arm and said, "My children are finally born. Mother has prepared delicious bugs for you. They are particularly delicious bugs. My children, do you like eating bugs?" She turned to look at Tang Mo. Tang Mo replied with no expression, "I like it." The big turkey bit a finger on the arm and chewed. "You really are a good child. Just wait until we reach your older brothers and sisters and you and eat Ku." He didn't have his abilities and could only rely on his props and physical strength, but his physical strength also plummeted. He had to rely on Fu Wenduo. Once something happened, the two of them would take care of each other. The big turkey finished eating the arm and threw the broken bone aside. She twisted her head again to watch Tang Mo, looking very satisfied with this child. She said, "My good baby, what type of bug do you like to eat? Mother will." Bang! The big turkey reached the junction of the pork and beef areas when the change suddenly happened. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were surprised. The next second, the two people moved back at an extremely fast speed, escaping 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. A bomb exploded at the foot of the big turkey. The fat turkey was hit by a terrible shock wave and flew towards the ceiling. She slammed into the ground, twisted her buttocks and angrily got up again. "Ku, who dared to attack me?" As she spoke, the turkey's wings flapped against the glass of the beef freezer, causing glass to break. Countless tiny silver needles shot out from under the freezer towards the big turkey. The turkey was startled and raised her wings in front of her. The silver needles struck the wings, causing the sound of a metal collision. There was no time to breath. As the turkey was forced back by the silver needles, a small toy truck emerged from under the pork freezer. Tang Mo stood in the distance and looked at the toy truck with astonishment. It really was just a toy car, exactly like the small trucks that preschoolers often played with. After the bombing and the silver needles, Tang Mo already guessed that this type of attack wasn't something that a monster or underground person could achieve. They were the actions of a player. But he couldn't think of an effect that the toy truck would have. Then a voice answered his question. "Beep. Beep, please pay attention to reversing, please pay attention to reversing." The headlights of the truck suddenly lit up and familiar sounds filled the supermarket. The big turkey fumed angrily at these sounds. "What is this? Ah! Tang Mo saw the big turkey suddenly stiffen and back away. She obviously wasn't in control as she walked step by step towards the wall. At the same time, the small truck started reversing and rolled over a red button. The button was pressed and a sharp knife popped out of the wall, aiming straight at the big turkey's chest. The big turkey fluttered her wings but her feet weren't under control. To the sound of "Please pay attention to reversing," she slowly walked towards the way and the sharp knife aiming at her. It happened so fast. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had just entered the reality instance and now they were watching the big turkey dying. In the quiet supermarket, only Tang Mo's group and the big turkey standing there saw what happened. Just as the sharp knife was about to pierce the big turkey's chest, a clear child's voice was heard. Ding dong! Player George Edward has triggered the crazy matricide effect and will receive the punishment of a lightning bolt. Fuck! A curse was heard from the depths of the supermarket. Lightning fell from the sky through the ceiling of the supermarket, striking behind the freezer. Silver electric currents flowed like a silver snake, dancing in the supermarket. It was a pain that could be seen with the naked eye, causing Tang Mo to look in that direction. On the other side, the knife still stabbed the big turkey's chest. But when this knife descended, the chest was as hard as steel and the knife was bent. After escaping the area of the small truck, the turkey's body was loosened and freed. She angrily placed her hands on her hips and moved towards the rear of the freezer, picking up a blond boy. The big turkey glared resentfully at the little boy and asked, "My child, what do you want to do? Do you want to kill your mother?" The blond boy glared at the big turkey and spoke in a mix of fluent Chinese and English. "Who is your child, fucking turkey?" The big turkey raised her wings and slammed the boy with great force into the wall. The 10-year-old boy slipped down the wall, blood oozing from his mouth. He stubbornly wiped off the blood. He knew that he shouldn't say any more and hurriedly said, "I was wrong, mother." However, the big turkey still approached and lifted him up by the neck. "You actually want to kill your mother, I'm really disappointed." Tang Mo's eyes narrowed while Fu Wenduo pulled a black knife out of his pocket. At this moment, a male voice was heard from behind the freezer. "Mother, Xiao Qiao didn't want to kill you." "Did he want to kill you?" "It is just a misunderstanding." Everyone looked at the source of the sound. They saw a gentle-looking young man stand up from behind the freezer. He had been hiding in the same place as the little boy and after he stood up, two young girls and a long-haired woman also stood up. Tang Mo's eyebrows raised with surprise when he saw the two little girls. The young man gazed at the distant Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, his eyes narrowing. After a moment, he returned his line of sight to the turkey and helplessly smiled. "Mother, Xiao Qiao was just playing with his toys. You see, that is his favorite toy truck. We couldn't wait for our two younger brothers to break out of the shell and were hungry and bored. Therefore, we let Xiao Qiao play for a while." "Mother, are they our brothers?" While talking, the man's hand touched the big turkey's wings. It seemed that the big turkey really was persuaded as she muttered, "My child, you are really hungry." Then she let go the little boy who almost died. The little boy stood behind the man after being rescued and didn't dare speak. "You're all hungry, Coo. All my children are here so let's hurry up and eat." "Coo coo, my children can't be hungry." The big turkey waved her wings and flew to the back of the meats cabinet, looking for something unknown. The young man used this opportunity to take the foreign child and the long-haired woman to stand in front of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The two little girls shook as they followed after the woman. They saw Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo and one of them cried out with surprise, "Ah, you are the ones yesterday." The two little girls were the people who Fu Wenduo almost hit with the car yesterday. Tang Mo looked at the two women and then the young man. He lightly asked, "You are the captain?" The man carefully observed Tang Mo and then Fu Wenduo. A trace of wariness flashed in his eyes when he looked at Fu Wenduo. He didn't answer the question, asking instead, "Did you come from outside Nanjing?" Fu Wenduo spoke from beside Tang Yamo. "Yes, BVEC." The man nodded. "It is no wonder you came here. You didn't know about the blockade order. I originally thought that we couldn't gather 7 people, but now it has come together. Then we have to enter the game. This instance can only be cleared by passing the game." He just finished speaking when the big turkey's surprised cry came from behind the freezer. "Ku, I found a bug. It is one that my children likes to eat the most." The big white turkey flew from the freezer towards the 7 players. Her mouth was holding a strange worm. The green worm was squirming, as if trying to escape from the big turkey. The big turkey threw the worm to the ground and raised her head happily, looking at her 7 chicks. She clapped and shouted, "Ku, children, you can start to line up." Ding dong. The main mission, obedient children have to eat bugs, has been triggered. The rules of the game: first, players must queue in the right order and not jump the queue. Second, if the sequence is wrong, the effect Furious Big Turkey will be triggered. The big turkey will have the split personality of an eagle. Opening the side game, eagle catches the chicken. Third, the queuing time is 1 hour, the eagle catches the chicken game is 1 hour. Fourth, before lining up, the player can ask the big turkey 2 questions. The big turkey must answer at least 1 question and it can't be a lie. Fifth, once a turkey child dies, the heartbroken big turkey effect will be triggered and she will be temporarily released from her schizophrenic state. Sixth, apart from in the eagle state, the turkey won't kill her own children. The lovely turkey cousin originally didn't want to come to Earth to hatch her eggs. Who knew that her cousin would be beaten up by someone, and turkey cousin could only bite the bullet and come here. Every monster in the monster world knows that her temper isn't as good as her cousin's. The author has something to say. Tang Tang, wait, who is the one who beat the cousin up? Old Fu. Hashtag where am I, who am I, what am I doing? I don't know anything. Hashtag, looks at the sky, TL. Referring to the turkey old Fu beat up in the Iron Shoemaker game. Chapter 80. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Once the Black Tower finished talking, the 7 players stood in front of a green bug and looked up at the big turkey in front of them. The turkey seemed to hear the Black Tower's voice and was very dissatisfied. She kept screaming and stomping on the ground. "Damn Black Tower, it actually says that I will harm my children. This is impossible, it is absolutely impossible. My children, you are all mother's darling children. How can mother harm you?" The big turkey affectionately looked at the 7 players in front of her with small eyes. Her expression didn't seem like she was lying, but when she found the 7 players casually standing there, a fierce glitter suddenly filled her eyes. "Why haven't you lined up yet?" The big turkey let out an angry roar and mercilessly crushed a tile. She glared at her 7 children. "Everyone wants to eat the bug first, but you have to line up. Why are you so disobedient? Mother told you to line up. What are you doing?" Tang Yamo frowned and prepared to speak when a voice rang out from his side. "Mother, we will immediately line up. But before that, aren't you going to answer some of our questions?" He spoke the mother so naturally, as if he really was a turkey chick. Tang Yamo turned to look. The tall and thin young man looked seriously at his mother. The turkey's fury slowly dissipated in front of such a good child. Her temper was like the weather, coming and going quickly. The big turkey stated, "Ku, my child, you were just born. Do you want to know this world?" The young man's color didn't change. "Yes, mother, I have a question to ask you." The big turkey looked down at the bug on the ground. She raised her head again and said, "You have to quickly. Mother has to help you deal with this smelly bug. It smells so bad, how can my lovely children eat it?" The man laughed. "Then I will ask." The young man stared at the big turkey and asked, "What is the way to clear this instance?" It became cold all of a sudden. The turkey constantly flapped her wings at the bug to make the meat more delicious and tender. After listening to this, she patted the big bug and looked up at the young man, revealing a malicious smile. She was smiling, but it was a very different smile from before, as if she was looking at a smart and self-righteous human. She said, "My child. What is your second question?" The young man stopped talking and stared at the big turkey with narrowed eyes. The turkey looked at him with a sarcastic smile. The harmonious atmosphere of the mother and son suddenly became tense. Then the young man smiled. "I must ask 2 questions." The big turkey blinked. "Coo, is this your second quest? What is the correct queuing order?" A voice came from behind the young man. He turned and head and saw Tang Mo add calmly, "This is the second question." The turkey seemed to notice Tang Mo at this time, and her gaze shifted between Tang Mo and the young man. She picked up the big bug and put it on her back. The big turkey replied, "The way to clear this instance, didn't the Black Tower tell you? My child, line up to eat bugs and don't make your mother embarrassed. This is the way to clear the instance. As for the correct order." The big turkey looked at Tang Mo and Tang Mo calmly looked back. The turkey couldn't see any expression on Tang Mo's face. He was neither excited or worried. It was a little disappointing, but as a mother who loved her child, she encouraged him. "My child, you are a clever boy. Mother had told you the correct order long ago. Don't you have older brothers and sisters and a younger brother?" A female voice exclaimed, "Are you saying that the order we entered the instance is the correct queuing order?" The big turkey turned to look at the girl who spoke. It was one of the 2 young girls. She seemed to sense that she became too excited and covered her mouth, hiding behind her companion. The turkey fixed the big bug on her back with her wings. "Child, you are too greedy. You can only ask 2 questions. But mother won't criticize you. You just have to line up well." The turkey smiled and stepped on soft red meat, causing the little girl to nod in fear. In the midst of this pungent and bloody smell, the big turkey looked around at her 7 children. She smiled kindly. "Mother has to deal with this big bug. Coo children, you must line up in 1 hour." Nobody spoke. A faint light flashed in the small eyes before she turned happily, humming a little song. 7 cute chicks, a bad and big green bug. The chicks want to get the green bug. Mother. Suddenly she turned around, looking at the girl who had just spoken. "Mother wants to eat chicks." The little girl shivered with fright. The big turkey smiled strangely at her, humming this strange rhyme as she strutted through the meat's food area. Once the turkey completely left, the 2 little girls held each other with fright. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other, speculations gradually filling their hearts. At this time, a male voice was heard in front of them. "It seems we have 1 hour to queue up. We should use this time to get to know each other. How should we call you?" Tang Mo turned to look at the person speaking. The young man was very calm. He didn't lost his attitude despite the big turkey just sneering at him. His eyes were fixed on Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. There was no malice in his gaze. Tang Mo lightly said, "My name is Victor." "He is Tang Ji." When he heard the pseudonyms, Fu Wenduo sent Tang Mo a meaningful gaze but didn't refute his statement. The young man also wasn't angry and laughed. "I am Xiao Jitong of the Nanjing Strategy Group. These 2 are my teammates, Xiao Qiao and Ningning." He pointed to the blonde foreign child and the woman with long hair. The 2 people nodded at Tang Mo, and Xiao Jitong said, "These 2 children didn't know the situation. They didn't see the blockade order and came here." He was talking about the 2 little girls. The psychological quality of the 2 girls was obviously inferior to the Xiao Jitong trio and Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. They were pale with fright. The short-haired girl gulped and suppressed the fear in her heart. My name is Xiao Yun, she is Yuan Yuan. We were pulled into an instance 2 weeks ago and just came out yesterday. We didn't know about the blockade order. Xiao Jitong said, no wonder. Fu Wenduo asked in a deep voice. What is the blockade order? Xiao Jitong explained, when you came to Nanjing, you should be aware that Nanjing is different from other cities you have been to. Based on the accent, you must be from southern Jiangsu. He looked at Tang Yimo and then Fu Wenduo. You are a Beijing person. I don't know what your situation is there, but in Nanjing, someone has formed a group and decided to establish a certain order in the city. That person is you? Tang Yimo asked. Xiao Jitong smiled. Of course it isn't me. I don't belong to that organization. They have too many things to do, since as finding all the instances in Nanjing and find out more information about the Black Tower. Finding a game strategy that will allow everyone to successfully pass the Black Tower game and also shelter the small reserves. He paused and looked at the little girls. You are reserve players. Don't misunderstand. I am also a reserve. The short-haired girl hurriedly shook her head and spoke in a reverent tone. Captain Xiao, there is no misunderstanding. Tang Yimo raised an eyebrow when he heard Captain Xiao. Fu Wenduo was also very interested in this young man. Xiao Jitong said, it will take a lot of time to understand the things in Nanjing and we have to return to this game. Xiao Jitong's two teammates were very obedient. The little boy and long-haired woman stood beside him, trusted him to make the arrangements. However, the two little girls were also very trusting of Xiao Jitong. The two girls obviously didn't know Xiao Jitong beforehand, but now they were looking at him with trust. The discovery made Tang Yimo feel a bit interested. Xiao Jitong stated, first, the game itself. The big turkey isn't as simple as she looks and doesn't really think of us as her children. This is a Black Tower game and all she wants to do is eat us, turning us into these things on the ground. The pieces of flesh were mixed up together on the ground, making it impossible to tell which piece of meat belonged to who. The big turkey had been filled with malice when Xiao Jitong asked her a question. In the end, this reality instance was a game and the big turkey was the instance boss. There would be no meat on the ground if she really treated players as her own children. Xiao Jitong's thoughts coincided with Tang Mo's, so he didn't speak. He just listened as the other party continued, we have an hour to line up. We have to ask questions first and then line up. If it is the wrong order, we will enter the eagle catches the chicks game, which will last 1 hour. The short-haired girl thought, Captain Xiao, does this mean we just need to survive 1 hour to survive the eagle catches the chicks game? She paused to think. We can ask 2 questions every time. Just now, Captain Xiao asked the big turkey how to clear the game and she obviously didn't want to answer, so she made him ask the second question. I guess. She can choose to answer one of the 2 questions. That's why she asked for the second question. Her companion quickly retorted. No, Xiaoyun, if that is the case, why did it just answer both questions? Xiao Jitong laughed. She is right. The 4th rule states that the big turkey must answer at least 1 question and it can't be a lie. The timid little girl asked, didn't she just answer 2 questions? The Black Tower only told her to answer 1 question and to not lie. It isn't a violation of the rules if she only answers one of the 2 questions correctly. Everyone looked at Tang Yimo. Tang Yimo and Fu Wenduo were like bystanders and rarely spoke. They were new and only knew each other for half an hour. The 2 little girls ignored them. The short-haired girl showed a thoughtful expression when she heard him speak. Xiao Jitong smiled, yes. In the 2 answers she just gave, it is possible that both are true or only one is true. We have to assume the worst and think that one is a lie while the other is the truth. Everyone fell into deep thought. Tang Yimo suddenly said, the previous attack on the big turkey of the bomb, small truck and knife is your doing. The long-haired woman who never spoke before pointed to the blonde child next to her. Xiao Qiao did it. The little boy proudly said, "The captain brought a lot of props and are well prepared. I just didn't think that this instance didn't allow us to use abilities. Fucking turkey, I hate her." The little boy was angry and wronged. Xiao Jitong explained, "We entered the instance this morning and found we couldn't use any abilities, only props. Fortunately we have a lot of props and the three of us tried hitting the big turkey before entering the supermarket. You can see the result. Once there is an attack that is judged as one that will kill her, there will be lightning. When the big turkey went out to pick up the two of you, Xiao Qiao and I set up some traps. The props were just there and we weren't trying to kill the big turkey. I thought this would avoiding the crazy matricide effect and deal some damage to her." Tang Mo recalled, "It was really hurt but once the fateful trap was activated, the crazy matricide effect was triggered. The Black Tower hadn't responded when the turkey was bombed. But once the knife was about to pierce her chest, the Black Tower punished the little boy for trying to kill his mother." The question returned to the beginning. "So how should we line up?" The short-haired girl called Xiaoyun said, "The big turkey gave us two answers. One is to line up and eat the bug. This will allow us to enter the instance. The other is that we should line up in the order we entered the instance." I don't think she would so easily tell us the order of the queue. It is impossible to tell us this answer, otherwise we can clear the instance right away. She must be lying with the second question. Then why ask the second question? The little girl didn't speak these words but she looked strangely at Tang Mo, her meaning obvious. When Tang Mo participated in the Black Tower games, he mostly played the role of the brains. In the past, it was likely for him to ask the first question instead of Xiao Jitong. There were many players who tried to take the lead in the Black Tower games. They might be strong but they didn't give the right advice, bringing the team to a game failure. Tang Mo also wanted to ask Xiao Jitong's first question so he didn't say much. Tang Mo liked two types of teammates. One was a person who coincided with his ideas and they could understand each other's meaning. For example, Fu Wen Duo and the very mysterious Xiao Jitong. The second type were the idiots. They didn't think about anything and unconditionally obeyed orders, not giving the team any trouble. The female high school student was quite clever but unfortunately, she was still a little bit worse than them. Fortunately, she was quite modest and not too arrogant. The players who pretended to be smart really gave Tang Mo a headache. When he and Fu Wen Duo played the Pinocchio game, Tang Mo was pitted by his smart teammates and fell into the disadvantage at the beginning. Tang Mo was preparing to answer when a male voice stole him. There are two purposes behind asking this question. First, it is to make sure that the answer to the first question is definitely correct. Second, even if the answer is wrong, we don't know the correct queue order. The big turkey has half a chance of telling the truth. If we line up in this order, we might win through a fluke. Tang Mo looked back at Fu Wen Duo. When Fu Wen Duo saw Tang Mo looking at him, his lips curved and he smiled lightly. The little girl understood with Fu Wen Duo's answer. The second question didn't matter. The important thing was that they could distinguish which answer was correct with this question. In addition, the question about the queue allowed them to see some of the attitudes of the big turkey. She didn't want players to pass the instance smoothly. The short-haired girl proposed, "The order which we entered the instance is definitely not the correct order. Then we shouldn't line up in this order and change it. This has also excluded a queuing order." Tang Mo shook his head. "We should line up in this order." The short-haired girl exclaimed, "Why? Do you know how many ways there are to arrange 7 people?" A low female voice came from the rear of the group. Tang Mo raised his head to look at the person talking. It was the long-haired woman called Ningning. She wore black tights and coldly looked at the 2 female students. Assuming that the positive and negative are the same, without a split heads or tails, it is 7/2, a total of 2,520 sorting methods. Suppose that the big turkey gives us a heads and tails, it is 5040 ways. Her voice stopped and she stared coldly at the two girls. Which of the remaining 5039 ways do you want to choose? The long-haired woman spoke mercilessly, causing the two girls to close their mouths and stop talking. Xiao Jitong smiled. It is a 1/5039 chance, so I don't want to choose casually. The turkey might have the same line of thought and assume that we will think she is lying, using reverse thinking on us to rule out the correct answer. Therefore, I also agree to queue up in the order we entered the instance. Now we have determined the queuing order and we don't have any more information. We can only prepare our own props for the eagle catches the chicks game. The 7 people separated to prepare their own weapons, recharge their batteries and prepare for battle. Both Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo felt that they couldn't win the game in the first round. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo went to a corner of the supermarket. Tang Mo took out Grandmother Wolf's small parasol and tried to swing it. Then he took out 2 small knives and 1 handgun. There was only one of Fu Wenduo's special bullets left and Tang Mo didn't intend to use it. He took out a gun box filled with ordinary bullets. You take this. Tang Mo held out the handle of the gun. Fu Wenduo had been standing at the frozen food cabinet and observing the surroundings. After hearing this, he turned to look at Tang Mo. He looked slightly stunned as he took the silver gun and asked, "You are giving this to me?" Tang Mo nodded. The big turkey's strength is currently unknown. She doesn't seem strong based on the foreign child just now. But next time she will change into an eagle. It is unclear whether this change will make her more powerful or not, but we must be prepared. Tang Mo carefully explained, but Fu Wenduo just looked at him, quietly listening. Tang Mo raised his head and found that Fu Wenduo was just staring at his face. Tang Mo's heart thumped as Fu Wenduo asked, "So why are you giving it to me?" Tang Mo. Wasn't this his gun? Tang Mo was silent for a moment before answering honestly, "It is a real fight this time and at my current level. I won't be able to shoot." Fu Wenduo nodded and seemed to accept the answer. Tang Mo. Fu Wenduo didn't know that after the use of abilities was forbidden, this gun wasn't really important to Tang Mo. His marksmanship wasn't good and without the checkmate ability, the gun was worth less than knives and the small parasol to him. Tang Mo was unable to use his abilities and could now only rely on his small parasol and Fu Wenduo. The big match was sealed in his wrist with his ability. The big match itself could be used but not the power, so he couldn't take out the big match. His physical abilities also declined without his abilities. Tang Mo didn't want to admit it, but his biggest hope was in Fu Wenduo. However, Tang Mo had some concerns, so he handed his gun over to Fu Wenduo. "You can't use your ability and don't have a weapon. It is better to take this gun." Fu Wenduo's ability was related to physical changes. Every time he fought, he used his own body as a weapon. Now that he couldn't use it anymore, he might lose strength. Fu Wenduo said, "I have a weapon." Tang Mo was stunned. "You have one." The moment he spoke, the shadow of a dark knife flashed past Tang Mo's eyes. Tang Mo's breathing stopped and he reflexively backed away. However, Fu Wenduo's actions were faster than him. His left hand wrapped around Tang Mo's back and cut off his retreat. The object was like lightning and passed Tang Mo's eyelashes. The cold edge touching his eyelashes clearly reflected in Tang Mo's heart, causing it to stop and his scalp to become numb. Once Fu Wenduo took back the dagger, Tang Mo recovered and looked at the knife in his hand. The length was the size of a man's palm and it was very sharp. The shape imitated that of a military dagger. In the dim light, a dark blue light flashed across the knife. The dagger was average and could be found anywhere, but Tang Mo remembered what he felt when it passed his eyes. It was as if death had come. This knife could easily cut the hardest skull. Tang Mo asked, "This is your weapon?" He had never seen Fu Wenduo use it. Fu Wenduo seemed to notice Tang Mo's meaning. The important weapons should be hidden in order to win against the enemies if necessary. Tang Mo completely understood this answer. Tang Mo also kept the big match hidden in his wrist tattoo and only took it out when necessary. He would suddenly take out the match to surprise the enemy. The two people didn't say anything else. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo didn't have as many props as the little boy. They didn't have as many props, but each one was exquisite. Tang Mo tied the small parasol to his waist while Fu Wenduo took the gun and the black dagger disappeared. When they returned to the meets area, the long-haired woman and young boy were setting new traps. Xiao Jitong smiled when he saw them come out. "Are you ready?" Tang Mo nodded lightly. He looked at the little boy laying trap on the ground and said, "You have so many props." The little boy was surrounded by piles around half a meter high, consisting of all sorts of weird props. The small truck that was previously used against the big turkey was scrapped and kicked to a corner by the turkey, yet they still had so many props. The number of props made Tang Mo feel surprised. In the 4 months after the Earth went online, he had played games and received many props. But he had never seen so many props. Fu Wenduo also looked at the hill of props with great interest. Xiao Jitong said, "We planned to participate in this instance, so we deliberately bought some more." He smiled and didn't say anything else. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo watched the Xiao Jitong trio from a distance. These 3 people were really interesting. The 8 or 9-year-old child who wasn't afraid of the blood and pieces of flesh. He had many ideas and was also very calm in the face of unexpected situations. The long-haired woman had a cold face and cool temper. She exuded an air of isolation and refused to communicate with anyone. There was also the captain who looked the most ordinary but was actually the most mysterious. He was always smiling, but no one knew what he was really thinking. They were very famous, so famous that 2 Nanjing players who had never seen them before easily recognized their names and felt respect. Nanjing Strategy Group. Tang Mo spoke this name. Fu Wenduo asked in a low voice, "Are you interested in them?" Tang Mo was surprised and looked at Fu Wenduo, shaking his head. No, they seemed different from the attack group led by Luo Fengcheng and seemed to have their own rules. He just said that they brought many props because they planned to take part in the instance. "Our props aren't that much, but we would be considered to have many props among the players." The strategy group, taking the initiative to participate in a Black Tower game. The players in Nanjing were really special. Tang Mo wasn't particularly interested in the strategy group, but he remembered one thing. Since they are so powerful, many Nanjing players will know them. Perhaps we can find your cousin through them. Fu Wenduo didn't answer this question. He said, "Which of those 3 people do you think is the strongest?" Tang Mo was still a bit lacking when it came to fighting. He carefully observed for a moment. "Is it Xiao Jitong?" His voice stopped and he changed it. "Is it that long-haired woman?" "It is that long-haired woman." At the same time, the blonde foreign boy was installing his props. He moved very quickly and easily found the props he needed in the props mountain. He placed them in the right place, occasionally murmuring as he measured the distance between props. He just placed a black stone when he suddenly said, "Sister Ningning, what are you doing? Come and help me calculate." The long-haired woman looked down at him and said coldly, "Find the captain." The little boy snorted and muttered without saying anything. Xiao Jitong approached. "What's the matter?" "They are talking about us." The long-haired woman was referring to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo in the distance. Fu Wenduo noticed her gaze. He looked at the long-haired woman and Xiao Jitong before turning his head back to talk to Tang Mo. Her spying had long been discovered by the others and the long-haired woman frowned. "They just discussed who is the strongest among us." Xiao Jitong replied, "This doesn't need to be discussed. They will quickly find that you are the strongest." The little boy crouching on the ground raised his head and asked curiously, "Who is the strongest among them?" The long-haired woman closed her mouth without speaking. Xiao Jitong turned his head and looked at Tang Yamo and Fu Wenduo in the distance. Tang Yamo was looking back at him with a smile. Fu Wenduo glanced at him before turning his attention to the pile of props on the ground. Xiao Jitong watched for a moment before answering his companion. These two people aren't simple. At the very least, they have cleared the Black Tower's first floor and perhaps even the second floor. The one who spoke a little bit should be very good at playing games. He will play the Black Tower game well. But when it comes to a fight, perhaps the man in black is strongest. He smells of blood and has killed before. Xiao Jitong laughed and came to a conclusion. Xiao Qiao, Ningning, he is a stowaway. The author has something to say. Tang Tang. You will feel uncomfortable if you don't hurt me every day. Old Fu, #where am I, who am I, what am I doing? #X2.